actually very nice. I learned under media training. So they had to tell us differences between audiences and listeners. Then we talked about different species on how you can grow your account, social media areas, and the rest of them. So today's program is actually a very good one, a very nice one. I really appreciate my school, or for the people that gave us the privilege of coming here to learn.
The class was actually amazing. It's like an extension of what we've already learned in the lecture hall, and they gave us a few steps on how to plan your broadcast programs and how to choose your audience for a particular program.
Year one is actually very nice. I learned under media training. So they had to tell us differences between audiences and listeners. Then we talked about different species on how you can grow your account, social media areas, and the rest of them. So today's program is actually a very good one, a very nice one. I really appreciate my school, or for the people that gave us the privilege of coming here to learn.
The class was actually amazing. It's like an extension of what we've already learned in the lecture hall, and they gave us a few steps on how to plan your broadcast programs and how to choose your audience for a particular program.
Year one is actually very nice. I learned under media training. So they had to tell us differences between audiences and listeners. Then we talked about different species on how you can grow your account, social media areas, and the rest of them. So today's program is actually a very good one, a very nice one. I really appreciate my school, or for the people that gave us the privilege of coming here to to learn.
The class was actually amazing. It's like an extension of what we've already learned in the lecture hall, and they gave us a few steps on how to plan your broadcast programs and how to choose your audience for a particular program.
Year one is actually very nice. I learned under media training. So they had to tell us differences between audiences and listeners. Then we talked about different species on how you can grow your account, social media areas, and the rest of them. So today's program is actually a very good one, a very nice one. I really, really appreciate my school or for the people that gave us the privilege of coming here to learn.
The class was actually amazing. It's like an extension of what we've already learned in the lecture hall, and they gave us a few steps on how to plan your broadcast programs and how to choose your audience for a particular program.
You were here yesterday. Are you still happy you were here yesterday? Oh, great to know. I'd like you to put your hands together for yourselves. One thing that we can never do without is learning and relearning, learning, unlearning, relearning where it's necessary. So it's always a time I look out for. I look forward to a time of learning. And I'm sure you all do. That's why you're here today. So one more time, I'd like to welcome us. I'd like you to be an extension of my hand and my mouth. I just stretch out your hand to the person beside you, left and right. Give the person a beautiful, warm smile. Tell the person, good to see you again. So we're kicking off immediately. Our time says 10:15. We're taking off by 10:15, and we have just about a minute to that time. So we're taking off. We're going to our different classes. If you are for the production and storytelling track, this is still your booth. If you are for the management and programming track, you're moving over to the other side. So we all split now and end at 11:25. We end at 11:25. We all reconvene here for a lecture by Professor Uoma Uche. After that, we'll split again and come back for the closing ceremony or for the closing part of the program. Do you understand that? Do you understand? You don't understand? See me after now. I'm your lecturer. Now, can we just say a word of prayer? Father, we thank you for today. We commit today's program to you. We ask that you will grant us understanding, grant us retentive memory. Father, we ask that harm will be far from us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Okay, so we are free to go to our classes now. Thank you. Remember, we reconvene at 11:25. Thank you. Production and storytelling track, you're here. Management and programming track, please move to the other booths. Okay, for those of us in production and storytelling track, we're taking off immediately, like we said. Our time starts by 11:15, and we have exceeded by a minute or two. So I'd like to quickly and respectfully bring up for the topic, radio hosting and studio production, Sharon Geiger. Please put those hands together for her as she steps forward. You can do better than that now. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you so much for getting up early and being among the first to get involved in today's Media Institute. It's called Radio Hosting and Production, but a lot of what I'm going to talk about is going to apply across disciplines. So no matter what you do, a lot of what we're going to be talking about will apply to you. Let's start with this. Let's say that you want to become a great radio host. Let's see if I can get this to come up. Let's try that. Aha. Okay, so to become a great radio host, live radio is unpredictable. So is live anything. You will face challenges when you're doing things live, and that's what makes it exciting. Anything can happen that might derail your show. You could get an angry caller. You could have technical issues. You could have a guest who just doesn't show up, or when you're asking them questions, they give you one-word answers. They're uncooperative. So it's important to think of your station and your show as a professional environment and behave appropriately. Don't get too frightened. Don't abandon hope. Keep your cool. Adapt and just go with it. You are not the only one affected in these situations. Everyone else in the station might start to panic. So your job is to keep calm, reassure everyone. If you can stay composed, you'll be better equipped to solve any problems that might arise. Now, I would suggest, if you're a believer in Jesus Christ, the first thing you need to do is to pray. Spending time with your Heavenly Father, asking for His guidance, His provision, ask that He will speak to you. That is speak through you, that is, speak to you and speak through you. That is of the utmost importance. There's a verse in Luke chapter 6, verse 12. One of those days, Jesus went out to the mountainside to pray and spent the night praying to God. Jesus spent the night in prayer before He took action. If Jesus Christ, the Son of God, took time to pray and ask God what He should do, how much more should you and I take time to pray, ask the Lord what it is that He would have us do, and listen to Him and what He has to say to you. Do your homework. I cannot emphasize this enough. Always, always do your research. It is your job to inform, to make sure things are accurate and not to spread misinformation, whether intentional or not. If you're making obvious mistakes and getting facts wrong when you're on air, that is a big problem. It will destroy your audience's trust in you and your ability as a presenter, and that trust that you have built with your audience is precious. One word of caution, if you use like Wikipedia or something for research, it's a great resource, but anyone can edit articles on Wikipedia, so some of them are less than reliable. Dedication to your work can be very endearing to audiences. So if you're on Wikipedia, check out the sources at the bottom of the page, which often link to more in-depth articles to use for research. And then always pre-read your scripts. So first, do your research. Second, pre-read any script that you have. Mark it up. Make it look a lot like this, where you've got all these marks on it. See how much I have edited myself. I've underlined what I think I need to emphasize. Take time to do that. Well, the occasional mistake can be brushed aside, and you will make mistakes. I promise you. It's okay. Go with it, roll with it, and keep moving. But if you're constantly making mistakes, that's not good. For a recent example of this, an MSNBC presenter recently caused controversy when mispronouncing the name of one of the Los Angeles Lakers. That's a basketball team in the United States. Not so good. You want to avoid making a big mistake like that. So read your scripts beforehand, rehearse them, make sure that you've taken time to really know your material before you open a mic or go on camera or whatever it is that you're doing. Fail to prepare, prepare to fail. So always do your research, always pre-read your scripts, and prepare. Unlike what many think, we know that your job does not start and end in the studio. Being a great radio presenter means there's always something to do. You've got paperwork, you've got arranging guests, you're working with producers. It is endless. Trying to juggle too many things at once can be tough. So prioritize your tasks and prepare for your shows well in advance. Come up with a schedule that you can follow. So, for instance, prioritize your important work, whatever that is. Make that the first thing you do. Maybe that's writing your script, going over the show, meeting with producers, rehearsing. Any extra paperwork or contacting guests for future broadcasts can be done after that show is complete. So breaking up your day, planning ahead, that's going to allow you to concentrate on each activity so you can make the most out of them. Okay, never, ever forget your roots. I am from a tiny, tiny town in the Midwest of the United States. Not very many people in that town. Very, very small. I still love that town. I love going home. I love the state of Kansas. I live in Texas now, but I'm from the state of Kansas in the U.S. Authenticity is very appealing to your audiences. Part of being authentic as a presenter is staying true to your roots, where you came from, your family. Even if you're on a worldwide level, staying grounded, maintaining a humble attitude and a level perspective will attract listeners to you. Believe me, no matter where you are now, where you started, think about where you started. Just like everyone else. Remember how excited you were to get into broadcasting or whatever discipline it is that you are involved in. Keep that excitement and never, ever forget your roots. Be professional. Be punctual. The beauty of radio is that, well, you're heard, but you're never seen. Actually, that's not as true as it used to be. Video has entered the radio hemisphere. So now we have to deal with the camera as well. Dressing nicely, relaxing before a show, always being on time or earlier, and acting professionally puts faith in others that you know what you're doing, and it sets an example that they can follow. Run your station like clockwork. Now, the next one is, I feel like, very important. Promote your fellow host. Develop that sense of community and camaraderie with them. That is vital to working in the radio industry. The other presenters, the other producers, and the assistants, they're your support network. They're the people you turn to for honest advice and feedback. So appreciate everything that they contribute to your shows. Show support and encouragement to them. Cross-promotion can be super helpful for bringing new listeners to your shows who might not have heard of you, or might have heard of you, that is, but just haven't listened. If they hear someone else that they trust, say, Sharon Geiger's got a great news show called Christian News Weekly. You should take a listen to that. They might actually tune in when they wouldn't have before because they didn't know who I was. So a shout out from a presenter they can trust can be just what they needed to take a chance on your content. Promote your fellow hosts. Be community focused. I absolutely love this. My roots are in the newsroom, and I got so involved in our local community. To be a great presenter, you need to keep your ear to the ground and stay in touch with your community. Add that personal touch. Demonstrate genuine care and interest for your audience. Love your audience. Get to know them on an individual level. Go out to events. Meet them. Interact with them. Speak to them. If you're out at your church, if you're at restaurants, wherever you are in the community, interact with people. Get to know them. And building that investment in your audience is so important. Building this kind of relationship with your listeners will help you tailor your content to their interests, and it improves your ability to engage directly with their needs. And guess what that does? That causes them to come back to you for more. The more that you're meeting their needs, the more that you're listening to them and answering what they need, they're going to come back to hear from you because you're helping them. It's so important. Also, being curious about what is around you is going to make your life so rich and so enjoyable. I just really encourage you to be community focused and to learn about your community. And another unique, now this is unique in some ways to radio or to audio if you're podcasting. Paint pictures with words. This is the only medium, audio, where you paint pictures with words. You're presenting boundless possibilities that are only limited to the listener's imagination. Audio is so fun. Bring your shows to life with powerful storytelling to engage and inspire your listeners. Develop the skill in your everyday life by absorbing a variety of content. Not just radio, watch television, go on social media, read books, play games, play video games. Observe the dynamic and varied ways that each medium captures the audience. Take those writing techniques from those and use them to enhance your ability to communicate and to write and to tell stories that are going to captivate your listeners. Be social media savvy. Okay, we all know this, right? I mean, a good number of our group yesterday indicated that they're really involved with YouTube, if that's Facebook, if that's Twitter or X as it's called now, or whatever social media platform you choose, the world is more connected than ever before. It allows people from entirely different sides of the globe to communicate so easily. I've been able to stay in touch with many of you through social media, Facebook, and I have really appreciated that. Most important, it's going to let others, your listeners, those who you're touching, it's going to allow them to communicate with you in ways that they never could before. You're going to have audiences share their opinions and interact with you directly. So be prepared for anything, positive or negative. Be gracious, and just respond with professionalism. You'll need to be able to handle all kinds of interactions while keeping a professional demeanor. Represent yourself and your radio station or whatever organization that you are with. Represent them well on social media. Be careful about what you post and how you respond. I love this. Make your listener feel special. This is such a wonderful medium, radio is, because you really do get to know your listener, and you have that opportunity to make them feel like they are very important. We talk a lot about building communities, making people part of a greater whole, but people want to feel like they themselves are special when they're listening to you. Listen to your favorite presenter and notice how they address their listeners or their audience. Most of the time, they don't. Who do they address? They're not addressing everyone. They're not addressing friends. They're not addressing the audience. They're talking to you, one person. Chances are, without realizing it, that is one of the reasons why you appreciate them so much, because they're relating to you. Personal address towards the listeners, towards you, helps to single the listener out and give them that feeling that they really know you. So always address you, not everyone, not friends, you as a single person, rather than a whole. Make them feel special. Okay, always, always, always air check that show. Oh, that is so painful. Let me tell you, I have cringed sometimes when I've heard what I've said on air. But you know what that does? It allows me to go back and think, I could have done that better. How could I have done that better? That is something that is critical to your improvement as a broadcaster or to whatever you're doing. If you slipped up and want to figure out how to avoid it in the future, or perhaps something went really well and you want to do that again, which you should, it's worth listening back to recordings of your broadcast. It is simple, it is effective, and it has become my best friend as I seek to hone my craft. So absolutely, air check your show. Okay, we promised that this would be not just a hosting seminar, but also just a look at some simple audio production. So I'd like to take a look at Audacity. So Audacity is a program that you can download for free from the internet. It's a production program, and you can find it at audacityteam.org. So AUDACITYTEAM, AUDACITYTEAM.org. It's one of the best free programs. It's easy to use with most platforms like Windows and Mac. It's ideal for recording interviews. You can record voiceovers, music, pretty much anything. There is a little bit of a learning curve, but once you've got the basics down from this guide, it'll become one of your core tools. So let's take a look. To record in Audacity, you can take existing shows that you've recorded and edit them in the Audacity radio program. So this is what it's going to look like when you import audio. So if you take an existing show and import it, you're going to go to File at the top there in blue, Import, and then Audio. When you select that, you'll get your audio in. So you're going to choose the audio file you want to import. And radio.co recommends editing in a WAV file, WAV, or an AIFF format, as those are ideal for preserving sound quality. However, I've had broadcast quality success in editing an MP3 file. So just know that. But again, to import the audio file, you will you will do that either in WAV, in AIFF, or in MP3. Once it's imported, the file will show its waveforms on both the left and the right channels. So it's going to look like this. Check that the file has been imported successfully by clicking the play button and listening just for a couple of seconds to make sure it's what you intended to import. And most of you are very familiar with WAV files by now. So there are all sorts of functions on this once you get it. And we'll run through those real quickly. I'm not going to go through them because we just don't have time in this session. But here are its capabilities. Some other functions that it can do. It can remove background noise. It can cut your audio so you can edit it out, edit audio out. You can fade in to make your the introduction smoother. I do this a lot when I'm doing news stories and I'm pulling in actualities. I'll take the front of that actuality and fade it in just a few seconds and then fade it out at the very end to make it a smooth sound. And that works really well in Audacity. You can amplify or normalize the sound in Audacity. You can compress volume levels, and you can remove plosives like your popping P's or K's. You can remove those also in Audacity. So it's a very, very versatile, simple program once you've mastered the basics of it. And again, it is free, available at audacityteam.org. So you can export the audio then, and to do that, you're going to go to the file and choose Export Audio. Then you're going to name your show. Make sure the file type is an MP3 at this point. Then leave the rest of the settings as they are and click Save. Name your show, and then update your track's metadata with your name, the track title, and so forth, and then click OK, and your edited show should be packaged and ready to play. Finally, Audacity radio editing tools can be very powerful when used properly, so remember to moderate how you use them and try not to overdo it too much. But that's just a simple audio program that you can use. I thank you so much for your attention. I pray that God blesses you as you pursue the calling that He has on your life, whether that's as a radio host or in some other discipline. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you so much, Sharon Geiger. I'm sure if you're a radio host, you will have identified with what she was saying. Well, Sharon, like I told us yesterday, serves as Assistant General Manager and Outreach Director at KCBI FM in Dallas, Texas, USA. She oversees KCBI's HD2 radio station produce programming, and assists with major donor relationships. Well, she's an award-winning broadcast journalist, and she has trained Christian broadcast professionals around the world, just like she is doing here today. Oh, great job. Thank you so much. I was so rapt and I was so interested listening to you. I wish you would go on and on and on and on. Thank you so much for talking to us. Can we appreciate her with a good clap? I want to believe you will have some questions, right? Please put them down. We'll pick them at the appropriate time and she will be here to respond. I'd like to bring up now for the next segment, Interviewing 101, planning, research, active learning, etc. And I'd like to bring up to speak to us on this topic, Don Geiger. Can we appreciate him, please?
Thank you. My biggest claim to fame is that I am Sharon's husband. Okay. My topic this morning is Interviewing 101. So when you're creating a story, whether it's for a written blog or a written article or for a video or even for radio, like Sharon was just talking about, you're going to have to do interviews. You're going to have to draw out your subjects. You're going to have to find out what they know that you want to know. And so that's what we are going to talk about today. The first step in conducting an interview, and Sharon talked about this, is be prepared. Never go into an interview blind. You have to become what I call a mini expert on whatever topic you're about to talk about. Don't assume that you know everything, because you don't. You may think you do, but you have a lot to learn, and that's what an interview is all about. So you need to research, you need to watch videos, you need to read books, read blog articles, read social media posts, read just about anything you can get your hands on so that you're prepared when you're going in to do an interview, whether you're doing a feature story about someone or you're writing about a specific topic. You need to go, you need to be prepared. You need to talk to other people who know what you want to know, what you're trying to find out, so you can really become a mini expert on the topic that you're researching. And then you need to decide how you're going to develop the story. You've heard it many times this morning and yesterday, but you really need to understand your audience and what they care about. Why should they care about what you're about to write about, or do a video about, or write a blog article about, or social media about it? Why should they care? And you need to have, if you're writing an article about a technical subject, or just in general, you need to have credibility, right? So this will this be for a general audience? Will this be for a technical audience? Will this be for a specific audience that knows something about what you're writing about? If you need to have technical credibility, you need to be super, super careful and really research your subject. So when you conduct an interview, here's some things to keep in mind. Now there's some overlap between interviewing for a written article and a written doing an interview for a video or an audio program. But you want to find a quiet place where you won't be distracted, where you're not going to have people walking in, tapping you on the shoulder. You're not going to be taking phone calls. And you need to build trust and comfort with the person that you're interviewing, because you want to make them feel comfortable with you. You want them to trust you. You want them to know that you have their best interest at heart. And you've heard this before also, but you need to stay relentlessly curious. Some people are a little shy, a little reticent about being interviewed, and so you need to ask them questions. You need to ask them why. You need to ask them what questions. You need to ask them about how things happen, how things work. Oh, did we lose our... We lost our... Okay, we're back. So stay relentlessly curious about everything. Get to know your subject. There are no stupid questions. One of the questions that I ask people when I'm interviewing, especially for a technical subject, is to explain it to me like they're explaining it to a 5-year-old child, or that I'm as though they're sitting across the dinner table with their grandmother and they want to explain it to someone who has no knowledge about the subject. So there are no stupid questions. Awkward pauses are your friends. You don't need to fill up all the quietness and the pauses in the conversation, because there will be conversations. Awkward pauses. Sometimes if you're not filling that up, the person you're interviewing kind of feels obligated to fill it up themselves, and they will continue talking, and that's a great thing. Related, ask a question and let the person you're interviewing talk uninterrupted. Let them, don't ask questions, don't ask them to explain something. If you have a follow-up question, just kind of make a mental note of that and come back and ask them later during the interview. Here are some things to keep in mind as you're doing an interview. Interviews are two-way streets. You have a reason you want to do an interview, you want to tell a story, you're doing an interview for a radio broadcast or a video broadcast, or you're writing an article, but the person you're interviewing also has something they want to accomplish. They may want to get their message out to a specific audience. They may want to influence somebody or something. And so you need to keep in mind that they have an agenda as well as you. The interview is not about you. Or any conversation. You need to think about, I've seen this over and over again. If you're doing an interview, people will interrupt and they'll kind of add their own, the person who's doing the interview will add their own perspective to the conversation. But the interview is not about you. The interview is about the person you have gone to talk to. Go in prepared. Sharon talked about this a lot in her presentation a few minutes ago. But go in prepared. Prepare a list of questions ahead of time. Think through how you're going to ask them. Think through possible additional questions that you might ask. But really think through what it is you want to get out of that interview, and prepare ahead of time, because you may not have a chance to come back later and follow up. Respect your subject's time. If you tell them you're going to be there for 30 minutes, be there for 30 minutes. I always record my interviews, whether you're just writing an article for a blog post or a publication. You're certainly going to record if you're doing a video interview, but record your interview and transcribe it. Make sure your recorder is recording. And I'll tell you a personal horror story. I was interviewing a very important person. This is back in the days of cassette tapes. I was recording an interview using a cassette recorder, and I didn't realize that the tape had broken in the middle of the interview. And so I had to go back and do it again, which was not a fun call to make when I realized what had happened. A lot of times, of course, now we have digital interviews, digital recorders. You can record on your phone. There's lots of ways to capture that. But make sure that your recorder is working. And one reason to do that is it improves your accuracy when you're writing your story. You're not trying to make notes and keep up with what your subject is talking about. It improves accuracy on the back end. Transcriptions can take a while. There's lots of ways to do that online now. I still a lot of times will type it out myself, just because it helps you, think through what you've already heard once. But recording your interview allows you to focus on the conversation rather than taking notes. So you can rather than splitting your mental energy, taking notes, and trying to listen to the conversation, you can focus totally on the conversation. I'm going to talk a little bit about how I conduct interviews. Your subject very likely may be nervous. Maybe they haven't been interviewed before. Maybe they've had a bad experience. And so you want to build that relationship. So start with small talk. Ask about their backgrounds. Ask about photos that you see in their office. Talk about mutual friends. Ask about their experience with school. Ask about their work and how long they've been working in their current job. Really take a few minutes to kind of help put your subject at ease. When you're doing an interview, begin at a high level and then really get down into the details, get granular with the details. So a lot of times I'll say begin at a 30,000 foot level like you're in an airplane, and then when you understand the big picture perspective, then you can get down into the details. Ask questions to clarify. So once they've answered a question, if allow them to finish their answer, and then if you have additional questions, follow up with those. Really make sure you understand their answers and you understand what they're talking about. But use your prepared list of questions, but also follow other trails. If they say something that really sparks another question in your mind, feel free to follow that. Feel free to ask clarifying questions, ask questions that really take you down into different avenues, because a lot of times that's where the gold is. When you think you've finished your when you think you've finished your interview, ask them a kind of a follow-up question. Is there anything that we haven't talked about that you think is important to cover? Because going back to their, they have an agenda, so you may not have covered something that they want to make sure that you understand and that you've captured. So follow up with a question like that. Then every time when I finish an interview, I ask a last question. What are the 2 or 3 things that you want people who read this article or who watch this video or listen to this podcast, what are the 2 or 3 things that you want people to know and to understand about you, about your program, about your service? And it's just a way to kind of bring everything together. And here's another helpful hint that I learned early on in my career. When you think you're finished with the interview, and when your subject thinks you're finished with the interview, you may not be finished. Let the recorder run. If they think you're finished, they can relax a little bit, and sometimes that's when you get the most compelling information, the most interesting topics, the interesting gold mines. So let your recorder or camera run until you actually have to get up and pack up and leave the room. Explain what happens next when you finish the interview. Make sure that they know what's going to happen next, whether you're going to write an article for publication or whether you're going to have a news broadcast. Make sure they know what's going to happen. If you're writing for an organization and there's a review process, make sure they know how that's going to work and when they can expect to see something. And then if you have additional questions, you can follow up later as necessary. So send them an email, send them a text, schedule another meeting. Sometimes you don't have that opportunity, but a lot of times you do. So feel free to follow up as necessary. And when you're talking to people, let's talk about the kind of the art of listening. And I got this from a blogger that I follow. His name is Sahil Bloom, and it's really interesting. The first level of listening is me listening. You're having a conversation, but your internal voice that as you listen is relating everything to your own life. You're not really listening, you're waiting to speak. You're waiting to follow up and tell them your own experience and talk about you. But that's not what an interview is. You don't want to do that. The second level is you listening, and this is a lot better. You are present in the conversation. You are deeply focused on what the other person is saying. You're not waiting to speak. You're not waiting to kind of give them feedback about your own experiences. You're listening to learn and to get to know them better. And the final level of listening is us listening. So you're certainly listening, but you're building a map of the person, a mental map of the person, and an emotional map of the person. You're listening to understand really what's going on, what drives them, and you're thinking about and trying to understand the layers beneath what the person is saying. So me listening, don't do that. You listening, and us listening. And continuing on the listening theme, there are 7 keys to active listening. The first key is to be fully present. Give your full attention to the conversation. Give your full attention to the person you're interviewing and talking to. Listen with all of your senses. Put your phone away. Avoid distractions. If you're in a room with a door, close the door. Right? Because you don't want people walking in. You don't want people answering their phone. You don't want to answer your phone or look at your text or your WhatsApp messages. You want to focus totally on the person, and you want to be fully present. About 65% of communication is unspoken. It's through body language. So when you're doing this, you need to give nonverbal cues that you're really listening and really understanding. So smile, lean in, nod your head. Don't cross your arms, which is a defensive posture, right? Make good eye contact. Now you can make good eye contact in a positive way, and you can make eye contact in a weird way. So I would say if you make eye contact about 50 to 70, 75% of the time, that's a good ratio. You don't want to come across as unusual, right? Okay. Ask open-ended questions. You don't want to ask yes or no questions because that's not going to get the responses that you want. And you want to show genuine interest in the person you're talking to and the subject that they're talking about. So ask questions like, can you tell me more? What did you think about that? How did you feel? What happened next? Reflect on what you've heard. So summarize what they said to make sure that you understand. Be patient. This is related to some of the things we've talked about earlier. Don't interrupt when they're talking. Let them finish their thoughts. And withhold judgment. Just listen to make sure that you really understand what they're saying. So I have some homework for you. This is voluntary, but while you're here, if you have an opportunity, interview somebody. Put what you've heard into practice, and because practice makes perfect. So give it a shot. And I may interview some of you before we leave today, just to kind of learn what you thought about the Media Institute. So keep an eye out for that. Thank you very much. Interviewing is great. It's a great way to get to know people. It's a great way to help communicate. It's a great way to tell stories. So really enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How many of us enjoyed this lecture on interviewing? Interviewing 101. Great. So can you interview me? You're smiling already. Don't worry, there'll be time for that. And I'll be waiting for you. Thank you very much. We'll move on now to take the very next class that will take us to 11:25. I'm so glad we're keeping to time here. So we're looking at B-roll and natural sound acquisition. So the photography man is coming up again. If you can't remember Jeff Wilson for anything, you remember him for photography, right? So if you were here yesterday, you'll remember him as soon as I mentioned his name. So I'd like us to appreciate Jeff Wilson as he comes up for this class.
Okay, how's everybody doing today? Good? It's good to see some familiar faces from yesterday. So, for those who weren't here yesterday, my name is Jeff Wilson. I'm the co-founder of the Wander Studio, and I have a passion for telling stories through photo and video. And I know you've seen me up here a lot, but believe it or not, I much prefer to be behind the camera than in front of it like this. So, I am a little shaky still. So today I really want to dive into one form of video, okay? Yesterday we talked about the 4 key steps of video, but today I want to focus on one of the main pieces, and that's B-roll. So what is B-roll? It acts as an explanation for A-roll. A-roll is interviews, it's dialogue, it's what's actually happening on the screen that then is moving the story along and following the audio. B-roll is then what's helping tell that story, and it's showing what the A-roll is saying. So B-roll can come from any source. A lot of times B-roll doesn't have to come from the same source as the camera. A lot of stock videos can come into play, so you might have heard of stock images or stock video from things like Adobe, Artlist. Those are really big ones for video stock play. Movement within B-roll, or movement on a screen, makes the shot dynamic or interesting. So if you're having an interview right now, it's just me talking, but some B-roll of movement really creates a dynamic energy that makes the audience pay attention and keep going. So there's a really famous quote with B-roll that I use all the time. It's "say dog, see dog, say dog, see dog." So that means that if the interviewer is talking about something, show that something, all right? That's what's really going to make your audience connect with what they're saying. One quick technical thing. Yesterday we talked a lot about frame rate, so I won't talk too much about it with the 25 frames per second, which is what things are normally shown at, 24 or 25, depending on the country. But that's what things are shown as on television and film. A lot of times we shoot at 60 frames per second so that we can divide that in half and be able to slow that down. You can even shoot up to 120 frames per second, 240 frames per second to slow it down even more. There's advantages to shooting higher frames per second. I like it a lot for B-roll because I do like to slow down some B-roll. It takes away some shake if you had shake in your hands. It also will kind of help break up B-roll so it's not all the same speed. So with that in mind, I would say don't do all your B-roll as slow motion, do some of it, and then change up the pace. That's going to keep your viewer interested. Shutter speed. This is the main rule. This goes for all video, not just B-roll. It goes for A-roll as well. But whatever shutter speed you are shooting at, you want to double that, or whatever frames per second you're shooting at, you want to double that. So if you're shooting at 60 frames per second, your shutter speed should be at 1 over 120. So that 120 is double the 60. If you're shooting at 25 frames per second, your shutter speed should be 1 over 50 seconds. Got a little example here, hopefully it plays well, but it's going to show you what happens when you shoot at the wrong shutter speed and frame rate, and then it compares with one that's shot properly. And this is honestly just a plant in my office, so. You can see this one is a little bit shaky. The frame rate is at 60, but the shutter speed was slower. This one is smoother because it's shot at 60 frames per second, but with a shutter speed of 1 over 120. And now you can see them compared to each other. That top one's a little bit jumpy. It looks a little bit, not natural to the human eye. Okay, yesterday we talked a lot about camera movement. Who remembers those camera movements that I was talking about? Pan, tilt, truck, and dolly. Raise your hand if you remember from yesterday. Yeah, do you remember the demonstration that I was showing? All right, so you've got pan where you're stationary. Your camera's moving this way and this way. In fact, I've got my camera right here. Panning is this. You're stationary, and all you're doing is changing where your perspective is. Tilt is vertical. Then you've got truck, where you're moving sideways, and you're actually moving the body of the camera. And dolly, where you're moving forward. You may notice here that I have one picture that has a little thumbs down movement, all right? That is totally a fine position for holding your camera if you're shooting still photography, but it's not going to help you with stability when shooting video, when you're shooting B-roll. So for the camera guys, I just want to make sure that you guys can see this. Say you don't have a tripod or you don't have a gimbal. How are you going to make sure that you're using stability here with your camera? This is where a strap really, really helps, okay? The first thing that's wrong with the photo here is he's holding his camera like this. Instead, you want to hold your camera with your left hand or right hand, depending on your dexterity, underneath, like this. And that's going to provide extra support for your camera, regardless if it's a cinema camera or a DSLR like this. But you may notice I only have two arms, my trigger finger here, my support hand here to work on the focus or the zoom length, but you can use this strap as a third arm, all right? So get it nice and tight, and you can use that to create smooth movements. That's almost creating a tripod for yourself, right? So that can really help you go from having shaky hands, like even this, my arms are bent, there's not any tension in the strap here. This is shaky. I'm nervous up here, right? If I make this straight, it's a lot smoother. So I want to go through a couple types of B-roll shots. First up is wide-angle shots. Now these are known also as establishing shots. They're great for environment settings. They give information to the audience. So what's the surrounding? Where is this location? How does your subject fit into the environment? Really good examples here for things you could use, those movements that we just talked about, are the dolly, so moving towards your subject. You're bringing it in from a wider established background to bringing in towards them. You might have a scene in a city and you've got a skyscraper and they're a lawyer, they work on the top floor, right? So a tilt could be really good where you start at the top and tilt down, showing where they work. A follow shot, this one's really cool. If you're following somebody into a building, following them along and you can see their environment and them walking through it. We've got a couple of examples here. Don't worry guys, there's no audio on this one. So this is just showing some examples with this jazz band. So this is them getting ready. You can see, really like this with the reflection, but you can see the dressing room. Same with the saxophone player. Now you can see the band actually performing. You can see the venue. It's not a huge venue. They're playing for a really small audience. And this one, I love this kind of as a finishing shot, showing the whole band together. Notice that a lot of those were still. The first two were zooming in a little bit, so they were doing what we were calling the dolly movement, just a slight move in, very small movement. The last two were actually pretty still shots. They could have been shot with a gimbal or a tripod. All right, medium shots. To me, these are my favorite. I find them usually to be the most important of the B-roll shots that I'm shooting. That's not necessarily always the case, but to me they explain more information about the subject with less distraction from the environment. The first one, you're establishing their environment. Now it's more information about that subject. So this is where you might be zoomed in a little bit more with your camera. So you really need to be using that strap or a gimbal or a tripod to make sure that you don't have a shaky movement. The wider your camera lens is, the less shake will be showing. So if you're zooming in just a little bit before this shot, you're going to be able to show more shakes. You need to be aware of that. You can definitely move your body, but hands and straps are still on body mimicking tripod. Good examples here, side to side, kind of showing them, especially if they're moving like I'm moving right now, a little side-to-side movement doesn't hurt. A follow shot, but closer, maybe a subject walking towards you, so they're getting even closer and closer to frame. Pulling the focus away. This one I really love. If you're shooting with manual focus, you can start with them out of focus and have them come towards you. A trick here is actually you'll reverse it in post, and you'll actually start in focus and have them go out of focus. And then you'll reverse it in post to make it look that really cool. It's a really nice reveal shot of who your subject is. Here's some examples here, again with the band. This is her walking up to start singing. This is the interaction between the vocalist and the jazz singer. All right, now we bring in the guitar. This is a little bit of that side-to-side movement showing their interactions together. All right, close-up. I love close-up ones. They look super cool. They're really fascinating. They help to tell more story about the main subject or action. Now here, you really don't use too much movement at all. So I won't even really give examples, because if you're zoomed in or you're right there, you want to make sure that you're just doing minimal movements, if any at all, because their movement will take up almost the entirety of the screen. A couple more examples, here we go. You can see the actual chords being played, keys on the piano, saxophone. You can see it looks like there's a lot of movement there, especially for those ones playing, but that movement was almost entirely the subject moving. It wasn't the camera moving. They were trying to hold it as still as possible. Okay, we talked yesterday about making shot lists. Shot lists for photo stories, shot lists for video stories. With B-roll, it's no different. You really want to know what B-roll you want to capture, or at least have a baseline before you go to your shoot. So start with brainstorming and storyboarding. This is a really fun part. This is a creative part. You can just draw little stick figures if you want to try to see what the shot could look like within a frame if you have multiple shooters. What are you trying to do to tell your story? What actions are being performed? What details or movements will help your audience feel like they are there? These are all questions you can ask yourself, and then if you can answer them with what shot will help answer those questions for the audience, write them down, have them there on the day of. What is your environment? We've talked about this with photography and video before. Where's the sun? Where's that going to be? Where's your lighting? Are there reflections? You remember that first establishing shot? There was a reflection there in the dressing room. That can be really cool for the shot, to have your subject kind of looking at themselves, an inner reflection for your subject. But you also want to make sure as a camera operator, you're not being shown in any of those reflections. Are there cool textures that are there? Can you capture details of the textures of the scene? That'll make your audience feel the actual location. Is there a human element that can be used? So if a human is speaking in the video, we often want to see what that person is doing. Remember what I said, say dog, see dog. So if they're speaking about something, what are they doing during that? Capture that in its own shot. Once you know the story or have an idea of the story, plan a sequence of B-roll to help tell and show the story. So a sequence is what you actually put multiple B-roll shots together, and that's how it's going to tell your story. So think about, a good example could be, start with an establishing shot, right? Your audience doesn't know the actual environment. They might know your subject or how they fit into the environment. So it could be a really wide shot to then show your audience exactly where they are. Then you can bring it into a medium shot to show your subject there and their interaction within that, and then go into the detail shot. Some people love to start out with detail shots and then work their way out and back in. There's no set sequence, but what's the best way you can tell your story? Then you rely on these shot lists, right? These shot lists, these storyboards. If an interview has already occurred, so say Dawn's already had an interview here, we had a video recording the interview, we've got the audio there, use that audio to your advantage in pre-production. Figure out the shots you want to get after the fact, right? If you know exactly what they're talking about, you can really pick out what shots you want to do, write those down, and take them to your shoot on the day of. If you're thinking about music in a video, maybe know the speed of your music. If you have one sound that you know you're going to want to use, how many times are there beats? If the music video is really slow, you should probably do slow movements. If you do fast movements, it's going to throw your audience off. If you do a fast song, that's when you can speed up some movements in there or have your subject within there moving quickly. Definitely don't just do what's on your shot list. Shoot a lot of B-roll. So shoot multiple footage for post-production flexibility. So afterwards, we were talking about film yesterday when we used to use film instead of digital. A good showing of a good editing would be that there's a lot of film on the floor, right? So we want to do the same thing here. You want to have a lot of extra footage to make sure that you can play around and get what you need. It's typical to have a ratio of 5 to 1 or more. What I mean by that is if you're going to have 1 minute of video, you should have 1 minute of your final video, you should have 5 minutes of video at least that you've shot. A lot of times people do 10 to 1, right? So if you've got 1 minute of video that's going to be your final product, you might be shooting 10 minutes of B-roll along with that interview. All right, I'm going to go into sound now for natural sound acquisition. Sound should not be left to the last minute to think about. You want to think about it beforehand and know your equipment. And then you want to think about it on the day of. Make sure that your sound is appropriate. On film sets, you usually have one dedicated person to sound. You've got a sound mixer and they're in charge. But a lot of times for documentaries or interviews, that person who's behind the camera might also be operating the audio. So make sure that you aren't going to be stressing on the day of and know your audio source ahead of time. Set it up too ahead of time. You want the audience to never have to strain to hear what is being said or hear the sounds of nature. That can lead to a disconnection in the video. If you're watching something that's silent, like even those B-roll that you just saw there, that was a disconnect between a jazz band being shown, right? You didn't hear the music, so you just saw B-roll clips. Now imagine if those had sound with them. You'd probably be right there in the video. So there's not a lot you can actually do in post. There's some really creative post audio producers, but if you have bad audio on the day of, sometimes it just cannot be fixed. It can be just plain bad audio and your video could be ruined. So it'll save you a lot of hassle. It'll save you a lot of money because you don't want to be sent back out on site. That's another production day. It'll save you a lot of heartache as somebody who's a producer if you get the audio right in the production stage. A lot of times there's 5 key elements for sound when you're talking about cinema. You've got dialogue, so people talking. Foley, think about somebody walking, you can hear their footsteps. Or a sword battle, you hear those swords clashing. You've got sound effects like delay and reverb, those you do afterwards. Music, we all know that one. The one I want to focus on today is room tone and ambiance. So room tone is the atmospheric sound of a location. It's the sound of the location when there is no direct input from any props or people. So think about when the dialogue's not being spoken. You actually want to capture a lot of that sound ahead of time, or even after the shot, after the speaking's occurred. It's used to create a consistent background and to fill in any gaps in the sound in post-production, to create a smooth soundtrack. In order to get room tone and ambience, you need to use probably, I recommend, the same microphone in the same position that it was used during the A-roll shot. So think about an interview, and you might be cutting clips later, sounds change. Well, I would recommend shooting an extra 30 seconds with the camera and the recorder at that exact location of the interview just to get the ambiance sounds that the post-production editor has enough to work with and can fill those spots in. How to capture good sound. Get as close to the action as possible. Now, if you're a boom mic operator, that's getting as close as you can without getting into the shot, right? We don't want to have the boom coming down into the shot right there, somebody's going to know it's a production and it's not actually a story that we can put ourselves into anymore. Natural sound acquisition right there for B-roll and ambience can and should be captured both during and separately to ensure good audio quality. So that means that, like I just said, with an interview, you want to be shooting that same ambiance both before, during, and after, if you can, to then make sure that you've got all those natural sounds. If you have an interview next to a river, you might have the person mic'd up. You usually want to have two separate audio sources. That's going to be my last tip right there. You want to then stay after the shot and shoot the audio from that river. You'll use that as background noise, okay? For outdoors with a boom, like that scenario right there, I highly recommend using a windshield. You can see an example of that in the top one and in the bottom, or a windjammer. So they're those fuzzy things that go onto mics. That helps break up the really loud wind noise. They're a really, really cheap bit of equipment that you can add onto your microphone. Got one right here. There we go. Last one, if possible, never rely on just one source of audio. That's one of the most crucial things in film production. I can't recommend it enough because, like in the days of cassette, a cassette may break, you may lose that. The more opportunity you have to copy that same sound, the less opportunity it is that you're going to fail. So I've got a bonus tip here. I already said the one with always grabbing a minimum of 30 seconds of natural sound, room tone from the environment or the source. Similarly, get an extra 10 seconds shooting your subject, action, or environment at different angles. So that gives your post-production editor handles. They like to call it handles on it. So that way you can edit it in whatever way. You can add crossfades. They can use that little bit of extra. A lot of times with interviews, if you guys have seen documentaries where they've started the camera rolling before the person has even sat down, that establishing shot might be the person walking into frame, sitting down into their seat, because that's putting them, or you as a viewer, in a sense of relationship with that speaker. I mean, you've never been in an interview before or in that scenario, so what is their reaction going to be like? If it's similar to yours, you're going to have an instant connection with them. Those times after an interview too, keep the camera rolling just like in a recording. You can get a lot of smiles that way. A lot of times that's when the actual true identity of the person might be showing. And then those smiles you can use as B-roll in the middle of an interview instead of just showing the person speaking. And again, don't be afraid to use still shots. Still shot B-rolls are great, especially if your subject is moving. These cameras here are on tripods. I'm moving around. There might be some action going on. That camera doesn't have to be moving for you to be able to feel the dynamic energy of that shot. Last I'm going to show you is some B-roll here with some natural sound acquisition. So guys, we're going to make sure that the audio is going to be playing here. So with all those examples there that we just showed, all those examples there, that was sound taken at entirely different times from when those footage pieces were shot. That's the importance of audio there, because say if that audio didn't turn out, or maybe you just got stock footage that didn't have audio with it, you can find those pieces of audio that have good enough quality that you can add them in. All right, and with that, I want to thank you again for another session. Really appreciate you all being here.
Thank you very much. One more time, I'd like us to appreciate Chef Wilson for that beautiful time with us. I'd like to welcome back everyone who's been in the second booth. Welcome back. Please get seated. And I'm sure you enjoyed your time there. I'm sure you enjoyed all the classes. Great job. We're all welcome back. We're going to reconvene for about 30 minutes and we split again for the last part of the program today. I'm sure we are all taking notes and we are all putting down our questions, because at the end of it all, we're going to take questions. There'll be room for our lecturers to respond to our questions. So, before we take on the next class, I'd like to recognize the State Officer, National Broadcasting Commission, Abia State, of course, who is representing the Zonal Director, Mrs. Ijoma Obodo. I'm going to ask her to please step forward and talk to us in just a couple of minutes. Emma Obom, you're warmly welcome. Can we put our hands together and appreciate her as she comes forward, please? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sure we are all having fun. I choose to stand on existing protocol. I'm actually representing the zonal director, Mrs. Ijoma Obodo, who is unavoidably absent. We've really been enjoying, we have been impacted with knowledge since yesterday, and I know every one of us will go home with something beautiful. And I implore us, please, let's not relent on it. Let's continue. Not just writing, but going home and looking back at what we've learned. What do we do as a National Broadcasting Commission? Our primary role is to encourage and aid broadcasters on way forward. Mainly, we regulate broadcast stations. And how do we do this? We monitor. And I'm sure every one of us there are monitoring officers. We are not God. So there are times, you know, we will respond to nature. At times you're sleeping. At times you're doing one thing or the other. So I implore every one of us to please monitor. How do we monitor? Check the contents. Each time you are listening to broadcast, check the content. What is supposed to be there? Like you're listening to news and there's something they said about the government which is misleading, like hate speech. Please, I'll beg us to, our office is at number 5B, Adelabu Housing Estate, and our email address is nbcumahia@gmail.com. nbcumahia1 nbcumahia1@gmail.com. Please don't hesitate to call on us. You can visit us, or better still, you write. If there's something you feel that is affecting you negatively, either your religion, your belief, concerning the content you listen to every day, please help us, because our main aim is to make sure that we have clean airwave. I hope we've learned, and I implore every one of us to please, 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 let's take this thing as it's a very serious thing. We greet the bishop and the organizers. They've been doing a very good job since yesterday, and this event has been on last year. Is a yearly thing. I'll beg even the schools. Yesterday I saw some of the schools, ABSU and other schools. Please, those that are not here, please help us. Send the message. We are to be here to learn so that we will not have issues tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you. We're moving on now to take the next class. Like we know, we operate broadcast time here. Everything has got its time, and we try as much as possible to keep to time. So for the next 25-30 minutes, we're going to have another class together. And I would like to bring up the pioneer head of mass, or he was the pioneer. He's the pioneer head of mass communication. He was there, he's no longer there. He pioneered that department, Abia State Polytechnic, ABA, okay? Today, he has actually gotten 32 years of experience in teaching, researching, as far as mass communication is concerned, not just in one place. Thank you. That tells me that many of his students are here. Okay, thank you. And like I said, he's got about 32 years of experience in teaching and research as far as mass communication is concerned, cutting across about 11 tertiary institutions. That's no mean feat. He is a member of several professional bodies. At least I know he's a member of NIPR, Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, and of course, Association of Communication Scholars and Professionals. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to join me in make welcome currently the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. Okay, Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Gregory University, Uturu, Professor Uwoma Kalu Uche. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Please, you may resume your seats. I want to first of all give gratitude to God that I'm here to be part of this program. Some few days and weeks ago, I was challenged in my health. I never knew I would be here, but thank God I'm here today. So I want to give God the glory. Thank you very much. I want to give the glory to God too for Vision Africa for continually sustaining this program. In fact, for all the years of this program, I had been part and parcel of it. I'm one apostle of Vision Africa now, today, yesterday, and tomorrow. I also want to appreciate the team faculty from United States of America, from Canada, and all of you who have been quite very fantastic. And this year, you've just been very wonderful. I've really enjoyed your lectures, and I appreciate all members of faculty. You are fantastic. Please put your hand together for them. They are really making a great sacrifice to be here to help us. I want to thank all my students who are here. And one thing that goes well with me is that every institution in Abia State doing mass communication, I have been head of department of all of them. And I'm glad that they are here. So welcome Gregory University Uturu. Welcome Abia State Polytechnic. Welcome Abia State University. Welcome Temple Gate Polytechnic. And welcome to Rema University. Every one of you, I welcome all of you. I also welcome members of the fourth estate of the REM, the journalists. I'm part of you. And particularly the NIPR. You can see I'm wearing your logo here. I'm also a member of NIPR. Well, these are just preliminaries. I want to go straight, and I will be discussing on the issue of ethical consideration for the media message and the messenger. Because we live in a world where if ethics is not brought to bear, before you know it, our world is turning into an atomistic society, a conflict with itself. We live in a world where morality has been jettisoned and given a backseat. But the essence of my speaking today is to ensure that those of us who are gathered here today will be progenitors and harbingers of good message to tell our world that there is hope and that there are people who still believe in morality and what is right. We are all not bad. We are all not corrupt. We are all not yahoos. We believe that we have good people, even in the media practice. And I thank God that we have these our little ones and our younger ones whom we are training today on the issue of ethics, because they are going to be able to go ahead of us after we must have gone to be able to project this. So I want to take fundamental issues of what is ethics. What is ethics? By way of introduction. What is ethics? Because we really need to understand what ethics is. And I say that ethics is derived from the Greek word ethos. Is somebody there? Okay. So, okay. Okay. Thank you. So we are looking at the introduction now, and we are looking at what is ethics. And we clearly said that Ethics is derived from the Greek word ethos, meaning customs, usage, or character. So when we are dealing with ethics, we are talking about customs. How are things done, even in the broadcast industry or in the media? We're talking about how do you use languages, how do you use the technicalities you have learned, how do you apply them to your professionalism? And we're looking at character, because where character is lacking, there is nothing. You can have charisma, but without character, you are nobody. And the profession cannot thrive without character. So a man has defined ethics as a set of conducts governing individuals, professions, or group. For instance, I'm a member of a professional body, the NIPR. There are ethics and conducts that govern what we do. If you are a medical doctor, you must belong to the Medical Association of Nigeria or a lawyer. So if you are not part of that, you are only a quack and you cannot do what should be done. So ethics is this conduct that governs you. So it helps to teach us the rightness or wrongness of conduct in the things we do. Because we are living in a free society where everybody thinks you can do anything. But as far as the journalism profession is concerned, you can't do everything and anything because you are concerned with lives. And in the course of this training, I will tell you the responsibility you have as a journalist and why you hold a lot of life at stake. Most of you are broadcasting. A lot of people listen to you and take you more or less as mentors or mentees and rely on every information that comes out from the media, taking it to be just true. So if we goof or do not give them the right attitude or the right message or the right word, we are bound to destroy them. So it teaches us the rightness or wrongness of anything that we are doing in our conduct, and also evaluating our conducts with reference to what should be the real thing. In ethics, we are talking about values, because a society without value is lost. Value is very, very important. And that's what we pass on from generation to generation. There are very wonderful values that come from families, come from societies, and ethics try to sustain these values in societies. So these are professional standards set for individuals, set for organizations to know how to operate. For instance, Vision Africa has values and standards. And one of their mantra is what? Sharing God's love. And so if you see anybody in Vision Africa sharing hate, that person is not part of Vision Africa. True or false? So your mantra tells you who you are. And these are values. Every station has a value that determines what you are. So media ethics is purely the moral principles and values as applied to the conduct, rules, and content of the mass media message. It is those conducts that tells you who you are and how to apply that. Now let's look at message. What is message? Message is the media content. It covers both the traditional media, like print media, and electronic media. What is the content of your radio message? What is the content of your film message? What's the content of the television message? What do you write in your newspaper, on your magazine? Even with the new media convergences, what do you write on your social media platform? Of recent, we're having the artificial intelligence, which is ravaging the technological information ecosystem. That is the message. What is your content? What do you garbage in there? And if your morality is depraved, if your mind is depraved, if what comes out of you is terrible, the Bible says that out of the mind are the issues of life, and you bring them out. So if you see somebody who is vulgar, when he goes on air to talk on radio, it's always shit, man, nonsense, fuck you, this, that, because you have a vulgarity nature in you. But if you have a decent, clean nature, you are talking about how to encourage and improve life and make sure that we have a clean and neat airwave without levels of vulgarity. Now, that's the message. What is your media content? There are people who are so anointed, so blessed with passing on negative information. Very anointed with their phone here now. They are anointed. They can just send an information and tell you that in Vision Africa, as we are sitting here, there's a bomb blast, over 100 people have died, and they push it out. Very mischievous people, because they have a bad ethical tendency. And at the end of the day, it is not true. If you watch out some of the things you send out on your social media, you see some people sending out issues that happened 7 years ago. And they tell you, as you are just moving on the road now to Lagos, or there's kidnapping there, people have died. In fact, they are just take the next route. This is falsehood. And media content messages should not carry such. Now, who is the messenger? The messenger is the harbinger of the media message. Some of those harbingers can be positive harbingers or negative harbingers. In fact, there are people who are negative harbingers. I refer to them as accident looking for where to happen. If they stay anywhere and they don't cause problem, they are never happy. We have such people in society, always looking for trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. And if you have such person as a messenger in the media convergences to deliver any message, such messages will just be something but what? Negative and evil. So a messenger is the one who carries out the information or the media message. In the light of this presentation, we are looking at such messengers as the media personnel who are here, representing various media organizations. You are all here gathered. We are looking at the journalists. We are looking at the announcers who are over the radio station. We are looking at the media content creators who have bloggers. We are looking at influencers. We are looking at advertisers. We are even looking at musicians. I hope you know music is also communication. And music carries message. So when somebody sings, carry me where I don't know, he's actually saying, take me to where I don't know. Can't you look at that person and know that he lacks substance? Somebody say, fire will burn me, fire will burn me, and people are dancing. And sometimes when you ask people, what are you dancing to? They don't even know the content of the music they are dancing to. You are a fool, I am bad, 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 bad. That is a media content of a music, which is terrible. You know one who used to sing that? Michael Jackson used to say, I'm bad, and he continued to be bad, and bad, and bad, until he got to bad. So the musician also has a media content and a message to deliver. So what is your message? What's your message? The advertiser has something to deliver. Somebody advertises, and all the advert you see is all about a naked woman. And I really pity our female genders because they have actually been harassed by some of these message contents. Why must somebody want to buy a car and the only advert you put is a lady who is half naked, appearing as if she took her clothes in a hurry and did not allow the tailor to finish sewing it? And post there. Or exposes her nakedness to show us those contours. That is negative harbingers of message content, and we don't need such. We find them in film producers. Film producers also produce very negative things. Why is our media productions in film always about occultism, Yahoo, ritualism, and all that? Because the content of the heart of that media harbinger is filled with such things. And so, a bad water can never give out a good, never. So, we are emphasizing that even as presenters, as producers, you should be conscious of your message as a messenger. So, now we're going to look at some of the other things that we need to find out here. Because having established the foundation of these terms about what ethics means, what a messenger is, and what a message is, I want to buttress to say that we must focus on what the messenger should do and the kind of message that should be able to draw a synergy to do what? To provide a living environment where people can stay in peace and also find that which is internationally accepted standard of practice. Because there's an international standard of practice in your film production, and you heard when the powerful Jeff Wilson was talking about photography, he taught us about how to take some shots. Those talking about interview, you know, Dr. Rocha was talking about that, about interview and the beautiful wife. You know, there are international standards on that. And the powerful Dr. Vic was also teaching us on certain issues about sound. There are standards. And he taught us, you don't do this. It's an abuse to the microphone. So there are standards that are internationally accepted. So you can't tell me that your standard is Nigerian standard. No, there's nothing like Nigerian standard. If you are practicing this profession, there's an internationally acceptable standards. And you must fall in line with that standard to make sure that you are ethically compliant and considered ethics in what we are doing. So ethics articulates what we ought to do in order to be moral individuals and professionals in an atomistic society that promotes violence, immorality, and evil beyond good, peace, and decency. I think I have said that earlier, because there are people who thrive in that. They like to promote evil, like to promote violence, like to create panic where there is no panic. This is totally wrong. Therefore, ethics is important in society for what? For social stability. When we don't have ethics, they will have violence. It is important to promote discipline and dynamic societal ecology. If you are working within a media house and you maintain ethics, it helps to bring about discipline. You know what to do. You know what a producer should do. You know the duty of a presenter. You know what a technical officer should do. You know what the paparazzi should do. Everybody is on your cue, and discipline is maintained. And it helps to resolve conflicts and also to clarify values and build a dynamic societal culture. That's what ethics does. It should be noted that there is no aspect of human life where the mass media is not relevant. In fact, media rules the world, and the impact of the media is felt in every facet of human life. Everybody is affected by the media. That's why we must be conscious of the use of the media. And I've highlighted all the kinds of media, be they print, be they electronic, be they film, audiovisual, whatever. Life is affected by such. Therefore, media ethics promotes and defends values such as universal respect for life. The media said, respect life. Life is not given by you. Therefore, you can't take life anyhow. We must respect life. So, in your content, respect life. Respect the rule of law and respect integrity. In fact, if you have no integrity, you have no business being a messenger of the message of the media. You have no business. And particularly, Vision Africa have been upholding this principle by being a good messenger with integrity, with legality. So the media must make sure that we do not infringe on the right of individuals. Don't think because I'm a media person and you become a parrot on air and you can insult the sensibilities of people. No. You don't abuse people. You don't disrespect people. And that's why when you are presenting over the radio or television, you must be courteous by using such expressions as, oh, please, hello. You don't yank off the phone, or maybe somebody who is calling into the station, and you just yank off because perhaps the person is not agreeing with your view, and you just take the person off. I know some of us presenters do that. It's ethically wrong, terribly wrong. It mustn't be your own way. Allow them give in their views. At the end, you have a way of correcting them. But you don't insult their sensibilities. You must respect them and make sure they are fully respected. So we must ensure we don't infringe on the rights of individuals and organizations in their role and in your role as watchdog of the society. So there are things we must observe if we must maintain media ethics. For you, seated here, from today, you are now a messenger. Turn to somebody and tell the person, I'm a messenger of good news. Turn to another person and say, I'm a messenger of good news. Good, you have started it. Don't stop after now. Okay. Now, if you want to be a messenger of good news, one, in the media, you must stand for the truth in your message content creation. Stand for the truth. It doesn't matter whose us is God. It doesn't matter if it's your brother or your sister that's involved. Please stand for the truth. Most of us here don't speak the truth. But it says, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. The only thing that is a constant is truth. No matter how you try to embellish falsehood, it can never last the test of time. So if you must give any information in your media content, it should be the truth. Stand for the truth. Number 2, you must stand against news manipulation. Some of us are good manipulators. And manipulation tells somebody is witchcraft. So when you call people witches, you don't know that when you manipulate news, you are also a news witchcraft. So don't manipulate news, which can come in form of maybe media ownership control. To manipulate news, this news manipulation can be very subtle. It can be voluntary or involuntary, such as censoring news or news propaganda. That should not be allowed. Don't censor news to a point that you remove truth out of it, no matter whoever. Even if your manager of your station comes to tell you to do that, tell the person, I have known what it means to know media ethics. I'm not going to go against what media ethics is all about. I stand for truth and be truth forever. He may not understand you today, but tomorrow he's going to understand better that you stood for truth. Tell somebody, I stand for truth. And I will report truth. I will not be manipulated in my news. And this manipulation comes in various ways. Maybe sometimes it may even come by public interest, which may be contrary to conflicting government interests or political pecuniary patronage. I know some politicians are here. You want them to give news about your government or your party just that way when it is not true. A road has not been constructed, and you say, report that the road has been constructed. And you take us through a 1 kilometer area where you constructed, and then the remaining 10 kilometers you don't show us. You say, we have commissioned the road, and they give you some money, dollars, and brown envelope, and you go and start reporting. You are part of media robbers. But may God deliver you from media robbery today. Yes. You mustn't report what is not true for pecuniary measures, or else you are just a Judas in the media industry. After he collected the bribe, what did he do with it? Judas. He died. He even threw it away. He didn't do anything with it. So all those hot monies you collect, they are very hot. They give you money to report falsehood. Hey, brother, you're killing your soul. After here, you're going to burn. But you will not burn after hearing this message. So you must ensure also privacy of contents to protect the rights of individuals. Most of you are journalists here, and you go for interviews, like we've been told, interview people, and then somebody gives you an information in confidentiality, in privacy. How do you protect that privacy? Some of us here, we talk like sewing machine. Sewing machine, when it's moving. So if you are somebody who cannot keep privacy, you are not part of the media message carrier. Because you must be able to do what? To protect the rights of individuals. If information is given to you in confidence, please keep it in confidence. That's why in government you take an oath of secrecy, where certain information you do not just divulge. So details of even private lives of public figures, you don't begin to expose it. Some of us are good at it. You don't want to disclose, lives of public figures, even when the man is eating. You want to show him eating the food. Then that's the one you put on the front page of your newspaper. See Tinubu eating Gary. With negative things. But you have to protect the private lives of public figures. And celebrities should not be the central content of media message production. And we have put a lot of celebrities in big trouble. What happened to a lady who is a top musician? He gave birth to a child, dedicated the child, put the child on social media, and you say, are you sure she's the one that gave birth to the child? What kind of thing is that? And said they should go and check for DNA. It almost cost that lady a lot of emotional trauma, and even the husband. And most of us who carry these evil messages have broken homes. Many divorces in homes, many troubles in relationships. Some of us here are causing it. But today, because we are learning about ethics, you have to repent. Yes. Because you just don't go and give her information. Because you don't like somebody, you go and give her information. Of recent in Nigeria, that's what we find in social media. Oh, Junior Pope died. He had a wife The wife is this person, this and that. You create confusion where there should be no confusion. Please protect the private lives of celebrities. It's very, very important in your message delivery. And your media message should be saved from shocking audiences with pictures of human remains, violence, ritual killings, among others. And some of us are guilty of this. You go to your blog now. You go to your social media content. You just show us where they cut off somebody's head. You show us where the butchers are. There's one trending, and NYSC denied it. When they said a particular person went on NYSC, and you see marks all at the back at the end of the day. These are things that by stimulation you create to create confusion. It shouldn't be so. So please, let's avoid all these issues. And sometimes you post some messages that are insulting people's sensibilities. Why don't you tell them that, please, viewers' discretion is required for this image you are about to watch? Because you have scared some people. A child who sees such horror is going to affect that person's mental health for life. But because you are the carrier of that message, you must know what content that you are sending and be careful what to send out. And the media messenger should avoid conflict with law and law enforcement officers in their bid to obtain news and news contents, or be found breaking the law of the land. Some of us, because say I'm a press man, even when the police is saying, hold on here, you say, do you know I'm a press man? You bush them. They said, this is a security area. I don't say take picture. He said, do you know who I am? Have you not heard my name over the radio? This is showman like that. You don't obey the law. That you're a press man or woman or a media person does not make you live above the law. Some of us want to live above the law. We disobey the law. You can't obey simple law, simple rules. That is not part of the ethics of this profession. If you must know about media ethics, you must also respect media law. So that you don't go to a place and contravene the law of the land and think you are a press man. They will press you inside jail, and you stay in jail and then learn new lessons. Okay, is that clear? Okay. So, and the media messengers' ethics of conduct should include impartiality. You should be impartial in your reportage. When you want to report, get the two views, get the two opinions, even in your interview. Don't just listen to one person and give your judgment. And then you color it by telling us every effort to reach the VRO was abortive, as the phone was not reachable. That's fake. It's lie. You never made any effort. So be impartial. Hear the two sides of a thing and be objective, be balanced, and make sure that your news is on public interest and freedom of speech. Allow people to be free to say their mind. Media content should involve ethical considerations on how the media should use text and pictures provided by certain journalists to avoid obscenity. Now everybody's a journalist via citizen journalism. Because you have your Android phone, you are in your location, you can just pick news that. So we should be very careful. Slander, because you know how to talk, you run down anybody anyhow. In libel, you publish it. Somebody can take you to court. I think there are people who are publishing some social media platform in Abia here, and a particular former head of service has sued such people to court. Until people begin to be taken to court for libelous actions, they will not learn how to be careful. Or else you may go now and publish and say, Vision Africa collected 1 million from us to attend this media summit, and you go and push it out, which is falsehood. And we begin to run hamper here and there, which is not true. So be careful. Be careful what you say. Don't slander. Don't defame. Don't publish seditious things. Excuse me. Sedition is very important. You know what sedition is? When you want to create problem in a nation. And we're going to talk about it's no more Nigeria, it's not Liberia, it's not this and that, and you incite the public against constituted authorities. It's totally unacceptable. You should not be a carrier of such news. So media ethics should promote peace in society. Seek to promote peace. Peace. Very vital. Last year, I was talking about peace journalism here when I spoke. It's very, very important. Ensure that peace is promoted. It's easier to destroy than to build. It's better to judge than to war. So let's make for peace in our society. And Vision Africa is helping us by sharing love. A person who has love, does he look for trouble? No. So please, let's guard the integrity of our various stations. I have been told that very soon I should be talking, but I don't want to speak on something that, very briefly. I hope I still have up to 3 minutes. Please, do I have? Oh, 2. Okay. Okay, let me make elongated 2. Thank you very much. What I have is already on there. I'm sure they will get it down for you. I'm looking critically at media ethics as it involves digital and online journalism. Very, very important, because we have, this has really shaped the issue. Ethics has been thrown to the background as far as online journalism is involved. Because sometimes out of commercial pressure for content creation, somebody pushes something, gives you money, and you don't look at the issue of accuracy. How accurate is that message? How credible is that message? And the challenge of verification of content facts, lack of speculation. Most of the people who send this thing, there's no regulation guiding you. You don't belong to any NUJ, NIPR, no regulatory body guides what you're saying. You're just a master of your own, and you are an accident about to happen. So that's the danger we find in digital media communication. So, but if it was in a situation where we have a media organization guiding what you do, they will be able to keep it, check your content, and edit it. It is so abused in digital media, in online journalism, with a lot of people blogging. Everybody is now a blogger. Bloggers everywhere blocking themselves. Digital photojournalism, citizen journalism, and social media. Employing use of text messages, emojis. Somebody can post a candle or post a death issue when nobody has died. People start asking you, what happened? What happened? What happened? But the emoji you have posted signifies death when there is no such date. Even you may even post a picture of somebody you know. Or maybe one day you put my picture and say he has died when I have not died. Like they have done about what's this man's savior? Joke Savior. He said he's dead. Is it true? Let somebody come out to report it. Let somebody put that content. And you say you want to have traffic on your social media. It's absolutely wrong. Ethics does not allow us to do that. So even now with new media technology, it's easy to capture images, transfer images, manipulate images. Some of you can come here now and see Dr. Vic, snap with him here, and you post to somebody, yeah, I'm just in US now with Dr. Vic. That's what digital media can do. When you are here in Umuahia, you've not crossed River Niger. And you're telling lies with pictures. Ethics does not allow you to do that. Why don't you tell them, I took that picture with him at this 11th event in Umuahia. That should be what it should be. Thank you for remembering to give me water. This is part of media ethics. Put your hand together for them. So with the new image technology, people can actually commit a lot of blunders, use pictures, and do a lot of things and all that. I want to keep to time because I don't want to do that. I want to conclude by saying that ethical consideration of the media message and messenger is critical for media integrity and to gain and sustain public trust and some fashion by pecuniary interest to control the media message contents and guarantee a system of moral and respectable conduct to ensure that we have stability and cohesion in a world where bad messengers and habitants of bad messages abound. With media ethics, we can save our media message and our messenger. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. One more time, a beautiful round of applause for him. That's the way we shout in Nigeria. Thank you so much, Prof. With that, we're going to split again to our different classes. By the time we get to our different classes, we're going to have about 5 sessions for each of the classes. We reconvene at 2:15. We reconvene at 2:15. Then we will take the questions and answers together. The reason we're not going to take the questions in our different classes is because we have some of our lecturers who are here who also taught there, so we can't split them. Can we have some quiet, please? Can we have some quiet, please? We have lecturers and we're not going to split them. They're just one human being at a time. So we're going to converge and take all the questions together. So we're going to do exactly what we did yesterday. If you have questions, put them down on a piece of paper, one question on one piece of paper, put them down. We'll come here, you raise your hands, we pick the questions, and we give them to the teachers who will respond to them. So at this point, you can go to your booths. Those of us for production and storytelling track, you are here. Those for management and programming track, please move over to the other booths. Thank you, technical team. Interlude. Okay, our time is here and we're going to take off immediately. If you're going to your class, please make that quick. Make it quick. Work like the students you are today. Even if you're not a student, today you are one. So, remember you have an assignment. Interview someone today before you leave. Okay, we're going to start with the topic writing for web and blogs. Those in the other class, I think you need to move quickly so we don't have distractions here. And NIPL members, you need to give us a little time. I recognize all of you. Thank you for coming. Please, you don't want the distractions anymore. You know, we always tell us it's broadcast time you operate with here. We'll do as much as we can to keep to time. So our lecturer is already standing and waiting, and we can't keep him waiting for too long. So we're taking off with the topic, Writing for Web and Blogs by Don Geiger. Thank you, Don.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much for such a stimulating and interesting discussion. It was really, really well done, and it's so important for us. So I was at home preparing for this presentation, and I was reading a book called Smart Brevity, and I thought this is so relevant to this topic, writing for web and blogs. I borrowed a lot of what the authors wrote here, so I want to acknowledge that right up front. That much of what I'm talking about is covered in this message, but it's in this presentation. But it's also much of what I've learned through a long career of news journalism and writing for corporations. So I recommend this book. If you have access to it in Nigeria, that would be wonderful. So look for it. 3 seconds. That's not very long, is it? That's how long it takes our brain to decide whether we like something we just clicked or whether we don't like it. And if somebody doesn't like it, if that 3 seconds passes and they don't like what they just clicked on, what are they going to do? They're going to go do something else, and you don't want them to. Today, we're overwhelmed with words. We all get texts, we all get WhatsApp messages, emails by the hundreds, social media presentations, messaging, and there's more. In addition to all the words, there's more competition for our attention every day, every hour of every day. Videos, movies, television, family and friends, work, school, and the list could go on and on and on. And these are things that we have to do, right? We have to work. We have to go to school, many of us. We all have family and friends. So we have competition for our time every day. And as a result, we spend less and less time reading. 26 seconds is how much time we spend on average reading a piece of content. So you write a long piece of content, you write a long blog that's 500 words or 1,000 words long. Guess what? On average, people are going to spend 26 seconds reading it. And there's even less time on how much time we spend on average for web pages that we visit. Imagine even as you're scrolling through your social media, you've got half a second, right, as you're scrolling through your social media to decide whether you're going to look at a social media post or not. The answer is short content, but not shallow content. More people will skip or scan what you write these days because of all the competition for our attention. So what you need to do, you need to share more value in fewer words. And you need to put your readers first. As you're writing your content for the web or for the blog, you need to think about your readers first. You need to know what they want. They want to know what's new and why it matters to them. Otherwise, what are they going to do? They're going to click out of it and go do something else. And you don't want them to do that. You want to keep them, right? You want to keep them glued to your blog post or your web content. So here are some tips and tricks that you can use. Focus on one person in your audience. You've heard this before. Write for one person. Really hone in on that. Think about what's the one thing that you want them to remember after they've read your blog post or your article. Write like a human for humans. Be simple, clear, and direct. Use simple words. Use simple language. You're not trying to impress anybody. You're trying to get them to read your content. Write conversationally. Imagine that you are sitting around a table talking to your friends or to your family, and you're not going to be real stilted and stiff in your conversation with your friends or your family. You're going to be conversational. So write like you're having a conversation. And as you're doing that, you can, as you have an idea, you can talk to someone else, or you can talk to yourself about the point that you want to make. Really help ask them to help you think it through to make sure that you're coming across clearly. So you have an idea and you're ready to write it down and edit it, and then cut out half the words. See if you can make the same point in half the words. That's hard, especially as a writer, somebody who's written my whole life. That is very hard to do. But you know what? Nobody's going to know about the words that you cut out or the content that you cut out, right? And then when you've got that done, then stop and move on. So what is smart brevity? I mentioned this book. I recommend it. What is smart brevity? Smart brevity, when you're writing an article, you have a muscular tease. So you have 6 words or fewer than 6 words to grab your reader's attention. The tease is the kind of the introduction to your article. You have one strong first sentence. The opening sentence should be memorable. You want to keep your readers, and you want them to read the first sentence. You want them to read the second sentence, and you want them to read every sentence after that. But the first sentence is the most important. So it needs to be memorable, it needs to be clear, it needs to be direct. It doesn't need to be overly complicated or clever. You need to communicate very clearly and short. And you need to tell them why it matters. What is the context? When they're reading your article, why does it matter? Why should they care what you're writing about? Why should they read your article and go tell their friends about it? Why does it matter? And then you need to give them the choice to learn more. So you've gotten them past the tease, maybe that's the headline. You've gotten them into the first sentence. You've given them the context of why it matters. And you can give them the choice to learn more. They can continue to read the article, they can click and go to another piece of content to learn more, but give them the choice to move on. And here's a challenge for you. Do all this on one phone screen. So give them muscular tease, maybe a headline, give them one strong first sentence, give them a context about why it matters, give them the choice to learn more, and then do it all on one phone screen. So that's just going to be maybe one paragraph, maybe two short paragraphs. That's hard. It's hard for me. So here's some examples. So here's a tease about a board of directors update, and here's a first sentence of what it was before it was edited. It's long, it's cumbersome, I haven't counted the words in it, but it's maybe 75 to 100 words long, right? So look at the after. Instead of saying something boring like, here's a board of directors update, say, we wowed our board, we really knocked our socks off. And instead of a long 50 to 75 to 100 word first sentence, you've boiled it down to just a few words. What is that, about 12 or 15 words maybe? Something like that. So this is continuing. So here's the why it matters part. So here's another long passage that people are going to, if this is in a regular article, they're going to get hung up on this. They're not going to read this. They're going to move on, just do something else. So here's why it matters. You notice the use of bullets in this passage. That's a great way to break up your content and to make it easy for your readers to get through. Then if you want to go deeper, here's how you can do it. Again, you notice the use of bullets. Notice the short sentence there on the right and the after part, and the use of the bullet. So here's some helpful hints for writing content for your blog or your website. Write a lot, write often, write every day, rewrite. You finish a piece, go write another one. Then edit. Cut out half the words. See if you can cut out half the words and still make the point that you want to make. Sleep on it. This is what I do. If I'm writing an article for the blog or for a website, I'll write it, I'll edit it again, and I'll sleep on it. And I'll come back the next day and I'll do it again. Then I'll read it aloud to myself. This is something that has been very valuable for me, to read. Go into a quiet room where you're not going to get attention from other people, and read it aloud to yourself, and pay attention to the way it flows, pay attention to the way it sounds, pay attention to the use of words and the use of language. Are sentences too long, or are they too short? And then edit some more. And then ask someone else to edit. Perhaps you've got a colleague, or your boss, or your supervisor, or your editor, or your teacher, or your professor. Ask them to edit it for you. You know, writing is a lot of work, right? Most people think you can sit down and write something and it's easy. Writing is a lot of work and it takes a lot of time. So here's my last slide. It's some voluntary homework. So go home this afternoon, take something you've written or write something new, and use the smart brevity style. See if you can say what you want to say in half the words. Use bullet points. You know, really boil it down. Make it memorable for your audience. Make it conversational. And if you have time, if you have it done today, I'd be happy to go through it with you this afternoon. And see, give you some feedback on it. But writing is hard work, writing is fun, telling stories is fun, and I encourage you to try to make it memorable for your audience. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think I have the PowerPoint up. This session is Mastering Audio. It's part 2. It builds on yesterday's session where I spoke on Mastering Audio part 1, which was really about recording and acquiring sound. For those of you who weren't here, I guess I should introduce myself again. I'm Vic Costello, and I'm a professor of communications, cinema and television arts at Elon University in North Carolina, and it's just been an amazing trip of a lifetime and experience being with you all this week. So thank you for inviting us, and thank you for being so attentive. So what I want to cover today is a little difficult to teach theoretically. This is not a hands-on workshop. Somebody asked about that yesterday. So I'm going to talk about post-production sound editing and design, more so from an aspirational, inspirational standpoint to maybe hopefully just get you excited about it so that you will go out of here and you'll try some things. There's lots of tutorials. There's lots of ways that you can learn the skills. But I'm going to be teaching about audio editing. Jeff is going to come up later, and he's going to begin teaching about video editing. And so this is just a starting point for how you launch in and do that. So we've already talked a little bit about just the impact of sound. We've mentioned a lot about natural sound, how impactful it is. So I'm going to show 2 video clips. The first one actually doesn't have any sound. I just want you to watch this for a second and see what you think of this. Long volley, I think that's Serena Williams. I'm not sure who she's playing. So it's obvious we're kind of missing something there, right? It's just not even halfway complete. What if we add sound?
What a point.
It's transformative, right? I mean, without sound, it's not video. Without, I'd almost rather just have the sound and not have the image. It's just, it enriches everything with us. And again, that was a live sound event. And I'll just show you a couple of other examples here. Oops, it's not letting me go back. There we go. There was a movie produced in 2007. I don't know if it made its way to Nigeria. It was a movie called August Rush. I had a colleague where I teach at Elon, a man named Paul Castro, who actually wrote the screenplay. And I really liked this film from a sound editing standpoint. I also liked the story. It was about a young child who was a musical prodigy, and he just was able to compose and hear songs, and he was just an amazing talent at a young age. So this scene is him wandering the streets of New York City, and he's hearing this cacophony of sounds in the city. And all of a sudden, the sounds sort of begin to form in his head as symphony. And there's a little bit of an underscore here, a little bit of a musical underscore. But I just want you to sort of watch this and look at the masterful sound design in this scene that's primarily composed of natural sound with a little bit of music underneath that sort of builds to the end. This is that scene. draws you right in. And a lot of times people don't realize that scenes like this are often only shot on locations with reference audio. All of the sound that you just heard was mixed in post-production after the filming was done. My guess is that probably there were no sounds in that scene that were original to the actual filming, is my guess. It's all done with masterful composition on the back end through sound editing and through sound design. And yeah, there was a little bit of music in there, but hopefully you just saw the creative use of how sound effects, in a sense, can become a melody. They can become music, and they can be edited in creative ways to draw the audience in. So that's a pretty extreme example. Probably most of us will never, I know I won't, be able to do something like that, but it still inspires me when I think about the power of sound. Now, a little closer to home, my son is a sound composer, a designer. He went to Elon, studied that, and he got together with a couple of recent graduates after he graduated college, and they did this commercial for Everlast. This is a boxing commercial for their products. And this whole 1 minute commercial that you're going to see, it was, again, all shot with just reference audio and entirely post-produced with just music and sound effects. So none of the sounds that you hear in here are real sounds. They're sounds that were added, well, they're real sounds, but they were added in post-production. Interestingly, my son and the two students he worked with on this, they did this as what's called a spec spot. They didn't receive any money for it. They were recent graduates. They were trying to build up their portfolio, and they did this without Everlast permission. When they were done, they sent it to the company, and they were so impressed they put it on their Facebook page, and they gave attribution to the Elon students, and it helped with their career. So listen, this is just 3 students got together, said, let's do something. Let's see if we can make it good quality. They didn't have a contract. They didn't get paid. They did it, and it helped to launch sort of their reputation and their career. And again, it's sound editing. And I do want to make a distinction here, too, that a lot of the things that I'm talking about here, too, don't necessarily apply to journalism. Journalism editing is different. It has to be more authentic. I'm talking today more about the creative. When you're working on creative projects and so forth, you have more latitude in terms of what's allowed. Obviously, we do not want to put non-authentic audio in a mix for a news story or journalism. So I hope that's just sort of understood. This is more the creative application of. We were in Ethiopia with Chuck, my first traveling experience with him. We went in 2017 and 18, and I don't know if I can say this is true of all of Africa, but I've noticed Nigeria is very similar. It's hard to find quiet areas. We were on location. Sound acquisition was always challenging. It was a very live environment. And so here's just a couple of scenes from, this is footage that I shot. Well, my students helped me shoot some of this, but a lot of this was shot with iPhone. So I'm going to show you 3 scenes. One is just sort of a natural sound scene that was used as a segue in a documentary that I produced on the filmmakers.
Action!
We were shooting a scene that took us 6 hours to film. It was a chase scene where a thief had taken something that didn't belong to him, and he ran away from the man who he stole it from. And there was a chase scene, and it ends with the thief being hit by this van and not being killed, but being injured. And so we'll see. Well, let me go into something else first, and then we'll come back to that scene.
Sometimes the shoot would be interrupted by cows. We had donkeys walking through the set, trucks and aircraft, and about every noise you can possibly imagine.
galanni kee hin badin yaa Rabbi yaa gooftaa. Shukr.
It's very challenging, especially when there is a crowd, many people around. If you want to take only 1% sound, it's probably you couldn't. You know, if everybody's talking blah 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 blah, so that sound is very not clear.
So that's why a lot of sound production takes place in post, because recording audio on set is a real challenge. A lot of actor dialogue is actually overdubbed in post-production through a process called ADR, which is automatic dialogue replacement. The Foley effects that Jeff talked about, they're produced in studios. And so most of that work takes place in post after the primary shooting is done. And so here's just the final scene of, so the students had that challenge when they're out there shooting. This is what they created. This took 6 hours of on-location work, and the scene is 30 seconds long once it's edited together. Hit the wrong one, sorry.
And also, my makeup artist was so clever at that time. We did it very well.
We had 300 people gather around while we were shooting this scene, and the students did such a good job with the makeup and the effects that we had an older woman came by and she started to weep and cry because she thought this young man had been killed on the street and she was devastated by it. The students comforted her, but they were so proud because they said what we did looked so authentic. So they were very, very good, and that was all kind of them. But again, just another example of how you can create a mood, emotion, a scene, again, through post-production. So this example was talked about by Chuck the other day. I just wanted to show you again how music can impact the visual. And this is going to be two examples. This first one is a young man walking through the street, and there's two different music tracks, and then there's another scene after that. So watch this and just look and compare the difference between what you think about the scene and how much the music impacts that. So that last one could be set up for a horror movie scene. Something bad's about to happen. And the music just sort of takes us to that darker place, whereas the other music might take us and make us think differently about it. So when we talk about professional sound editing, and this is really true almost of just editing itself, the process of selecting, manipulating, and combining audio elements to create a polished and coherent soundtrack for various media such as film, television, radio, and digital content. Typically, when we're recording, we record linearly. We do interviews in real time, but when we come into post-production, we can change the order of the interview. You know, again, journalistically, we always want to be responsible with that power. We don't want to make people say something that they didn't say, but you can alter the presentation in different ways through the process of editing simply by cutting up what you have and putting the order of that content in a different arrangement, and every arrangement is just an execution of editing. So there's 4 goals. There's probably more, but these are 4 that kind of came to my mind in editing. We want to construct a meaningful narrative. A story content, like I said yesterday, is always king, so don't forget what the story is. Don't forget what the message is, as Professor Uchi told us. Stay true to the message, right? Make sure that you have a plan. Don't vary from that. Don't try to tell too much when less is more. Sometimes, again, being a careful self-editor, as Don said, be very, very focused in terms of the narrative. And you have power in editing, especially with spoken word narratives, where you can construct your own reality, in a sense, by how you choose to edit somebody's story, how you choose to put it together. And hopefully you're doing that responsibly, you're doing it ethically, but hopefully you're also doing it in a way that is going to be logical to the person who's listening to it. It's going to make sense to them from beginning to middle to end. And again, as Jeff said, and I think it's been said already, sound bites, voiceovers, narrations, music, sound effects, those are sort of the raw elements of what we have in our arsenal as sound designers. Second, think about how you want to evoke the desired emotions and the mood for the audience. You saw a couple of examples of different styles of music, and they created a different vibe, a different music, a different sort of feel, and that can steer your audience one way or another. Remember, as Professor Uche said, we have professional standards, and they really are international standards. There's expectations. If you want your work to go out beyond the borders of Nigeria, you want it to be respected at the level of international standards. Maybe you think something's acceptable within your small organization or where you work or whatever, but challenge yourself. Look at what the standards are. Look at who you're competing against in terms of the message designers, and strive for those formats. Be consistent and strive for good quality. And then meeting technical standards for professional broadcast or distribution. Again, it's just another thing. We've got there's just levels and all sorts of things. They have to conform to certain standards in order to even broadcast over radio or TV. Broadcast quality, we use a phrase called production value, which is sort of a wonky term, but when something's really, really good, we say that it has production value. It has high production value. When something's not as good, we'll say that it's lacking in production value. It just needs it's not quite there, so just striving for that and meeting those 4 goals is really important. So these, again, are the elements that you can kind of see. I've sort of spoken about these, so I'm going to move on because my time is wearing down here and I want to honor the timetable. Editing software, Audacity has been mentioned many times. This is their own tagline, the world's most popular audio editing recording app. I don't doubt that because it's certainly the one that's out there that's for free, and it's very powerful. I haven't used it in a while. I tend to use Adobe Audition. And then there's Avid Pro Tools, which is a professional level. So pretty much every, at least in America, motion pictures, films, TV shows, and so forth, they're almost always entirely mastered in Pro Tools workflow for audio. But a lot of what you would be doing, as broadcasters and so forth, Audacity is a powerful program for that. So I'm going to take you into just a quick look at what multi-track editing is. Conceptually, when we edit in an audio editing program, just like we do with video, we have tracks. And those tracks sort of serve as, they allow non-destructive editing. I can have a track that's dedicated to my host or to the person doing my voiceover. I can have another track for music, another track for sound effects. TV shows often will have hundreds of tracks when they are mixed, because you might have 30 actors in a TV show or in a movie. Every one of those actors will have their own track in the timeline of an editing workflow because you want to treat each voice uniquely. So when you place your content, track management is really important, how you organize and label them. And if you're not familiar with track editing, let me just show you this little preview. And this clip that you're going to see is from an assignment that I show my students. I have them edit Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s 1963 I Have a Dream speech. It's very familiar. It's a 16-minute speech, and the assignment I give my students is to do a 1-minute highlight tribute of that speech. To cut it down, I give them the transcript, and they have to put in a 1 minute. So editing is good for condensing, right? And allowing us to tell the story even in a 1-minute frame. So this is a little bit of that assignment as I walk through some concepts.
50 years ago, a great American in whose symbolic shadow we stand today.
So I'm going to stop it. I'm going to play it again. But notice up here is the main soundtrack. There's a gap here. And if I didn't have ambient sound right there, you would hear that jump and that transition from where a clip stops and a clip starts. So that was back to Jeff's point of having ambient sound, room tone underneath. I put that in. The music also helps to cover that up. One other thing that may be hard to see, these little arched lines here, those represent fade ups and fade downs. And one thing that I think a lot of times people don't do, they just cut their audio in and they don't think about just a subtle fade up, a subtle fade down. And when I say subtle, it can be like, if it's 24 frame, if you're doing video, it can be 5 frames. It can be basically a 1/10 of a second. It can be a very short increment, but that little subtle fade up and fade down can help smooth out the audio presentation in editing.
Signed the Emancipation Proclamation. I am not unmindful that some of you have come here out of great trials and tribulations. Some of you have come fresh from narrow jail cells, battered by the storms of persecution, staggered by the winds of police brutality.
I'll stop right there. So we have Dr. King's voice on the first track, we have ambient sound on the second track, we have music on the third track, and what you just heard, the police siren. That, again, if this was a journalistic account, I wouldn't add that, but this is a tribute with music. We're trying to honor the moment, and he mentioned some of you came from environments where you experienced police persecution, and that siren just sort of reminds us of that, right? We hear that sound. Everybody knows what that sound is, and that's mixed in. So this is a 4-track composition that's been built and that's been created in sound editing and sound design. And this is the power, I think, of editing and storytelling. You can be very, very creative, even with a simple 4-track composition like this. And then you build out from there. If you want an assignment to practice, take Dr. King's speech. It's available online. You can download it. It's a little bit, it was recorded in the 60s, so it's a little rough, but it's a great speech. Figure out, challenge yourself. Can I do a 2-minute version of this and add my own music? What parts of the speech would you take out? Which parts would you put in? You certainly have to have the crescendo, I have a dream at the end, so you don't want to miss the important parts, but challenge yourself. How would you edit that into a short 1 or 2 minute final piece? Are we doing good on time? I'm running down to 2 minutes, but I don't know if we're ahead of time or behind time, so I'm a little bit behind on this presentation. Am I okay? Because I want to show you one thing at the end. So really quick, so when we zoom into that multi-track, every track has controls. So if you've edited in a design program where you have layers like Photoshop, you have different layers for every element. Tracks are kind of like layers. So I have a voice track, I have a music track, I have a sound effects track, and then every track gives you the ability to control the volume. Well, we're getting to that in a minute, but you can label the track, you can mute solo, you can actually record directly into a timeline. Muting and solo, if you're not familiar with that, mute means you temporarily turn that track off. Solo means you turn everything else off except the current track that's selected. And sometimes that's helpful in editing because as you start to build a composition, it gets busy and you want to just work with one track. So mute and solo are pretty helpful in that regard. And then your audio waveform, your playhead. And then when you get into controlling the sound, every track will give you the ability to set the record levels appropriately, set the pan, what part of the audio is going to go left and right. Most of the time it'll be evenly split. You've got audio meters right there, and then you have effects processors where you can add effects. And so with volume and adjusting the levels, the record levels, you want to avoid clipping, which is overmodulating. And so usually a VU meter will have something. Red is usually a bad color in editing. So if you hit red, you're clipping, you're potentially distorting the audio and the sound. So the sweet spot is right there at 0 dB is considered the distortion threshold. If you go over 0 dB, you now are distorting or potentially distorting it. You can go over a little bit, but you don't want to do it over and over again. So using about, if this whole scale represented 100%, if you were in the realm of 80 to 95%, that's probably good, a good level and a good place to be, and it's just really important to keep track of that. Ensuring clarity and intelligibility, we'll use equalizers, EQs, to sort of add tonal variation. We can sweeten up voice, make it sound richer, deeper, more bassy, take some of the bass out. We can also use compression, which is really, really good. It's a great way, especially with spoken audio, to richen and deepen that up. So every editing program will have different processing effects, and you can figure out how to use these tools just simply by looking them up online. There's a lot of video tutorials for that. I want to kind of end with this demonstration. I showed you the video yesterday of me using my iPhone in my office, and I showed you I used it poorly the first time. I had it too far away and the audio wasn't very good. But I did want to show you there's a new tool in the program that I use to edit called Enhance Audio. It's in Adobe Premiere Pro, actually a video program. So I'm going to play you that bad audio, and this is almost like an AI thing. I want to show you with a click of one button how the AI improved the sound. So listen to this.
All right, I'm in my office and I'm actually simulating an outdoor setting. I've got some ambient sounds in the background with some wind noise and some birds chirping. And I'm about 6 feet away from the built-in microphone on my iPhone. Just to give an example of kind of what not to do.
This is
my iPhone is a near-field audio
not what you
recorder, and so having the microphone so far from me is going to be problematic. It's not going to capture as much of the primary.
All right, and here's the transform scene after enhancing it through AI.
All right, I'm in my office and I'm actually simulating an outdoor setting. Got some ambient sounds in the background with some wind noise and some birds chirping. And I'm about 6 feet away from the built-in microphone on my iPhone, just to give an example.
But as I shared yesterday, the best thing to do is don't rely on AI. Do it right the first time and do it like this. Get closer to the subject.
Audio capture should be much more focused on primary audio. Plus, I'm in a quieter setting now.
Apply the AI in post-production, it'll be even better. So if you start with, we have a saying in our country, garbage in, garbage out. Means if you start with really poor source material, it's not necessarily going to be really poor on the out. We can do some things to improve it, but we can't fix everything. And so I think you just need to be mindful of that. And then we have sound effects and so forth. So that's pretty much what I wanted to cover today. Again, don't make the editor's job, you are the editor. Hopefully you're picking the best source material you can. You're finding the best quality music, highest resolution source material. And when you put good content into an editing program, you really have a good workflow and are thoughtful, then what's going to come out on the back end is going to be so much better. So I'll end there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Prof, for talking to us on Mastering Audio Part 2. Before we take up the next class, I'd like to ask you to please put your questions together, raise your hand. We want to pick all the questions now. We want to put them on the screen so it will be easier for us at the end of the day. If you have any question so far, from the beginning of today's classes till now, please put them down on the paper. Raise your hand. Some of us will be walking around to pick them up, and we'll do the needful so that by the time we come up for the question and answer, put it down on the paper. I'd like to collect the paper. Good. We're coming there now. And so I'd like to bring up now, we have 3 more classes to go, and I think we are doing so well. We're doing so well. Please appreciate yourself. You're doing well. You're doing well. Okay, so we're moving on now to Introduction to Photo and Video Editing. Interesting one. Join me, make welcome Jeff Wilson. Thank you.
All right, hello again. So who remembers the sessions yesterday where I said taking the photo or taking the video is half the battle? Editing is the other half. So why do we edit? We all make mistakes, right? All of us make mistakes. Even I make mistakes actually pretty frequently, all right? And I edit every single shot I take. I edit every single video that I take. When you're snapping photographs, remember what I said to snap in raw imaging? A lot of times that's going to give you more data, so that way you're going to be able to edit. Lastly, editing can help us engage our audience. Remember those compositional techniques that we talked about? Well, if something's not quite right on the shot when you took it, like maybe the composition of thirds is just slightly off, we can fix that in post by cropping it in.
Maybe you have one small thing in the background. Hopefully you'll be able to remove that so that it's not distracting to your subject. Sometimes it's lighting. Lighting, we can't always rely on the sun to be perfect for us. You know, we're not God. So we might have to bring up lighting in post. So this whole lesson, I want to go through my photo editing process. This is going to show you a lot of video here. I use Lightroom, Adobe Lightroom on desktop is my primary mode of editing photos. One thing I want to say about editing photos, it's what you start off with color correction, tonal contrast, all of those things. This is applicable to video as well. So first off, I start off by organizing. I cull, I organize, and I select my photos. All right, let's talk about this event here. I mean, there's a lot of photographers in here. A lot of people have been taking a lot of shots. Do you want to have to edit 1,000 shots as soon as this event is over? No, I certainly don't. I edit. That takes forever. All right? So I want to organize them first, put them in a folder where I know that that is the day that I did the shoot so I can get back to them later. And then I go through and I cull them. So I select maybe my top 20, my top 50 if it's a full day event. And then those 50 are what I'm going to bring into Lightroom and then edit. Because editing 50 photos is a lot easier than editing 1,000. So I'm going to go into a video here. It's going to start going into this tonal contrast part where we talk about light. And this is going to be in Adobe Lightroom on desktop. The reason why I use Adobe Lightroom is I have an Adobe Creative Suite, but also there's an Adobe Lightroom Mobile, which is used on any smartphone, both Android or Apple, and it is free on the mobile device. So this one's going to have audio, guys.
So we've already culled and organized our photos, and we have selected this photo to be the cover photo for our story on water. Now, we've got a lot of editing to do here because this is the final product, and I've taken here, this is the original one. It still looks great right out of the camera, still great composition, but I want this to be good enough quality on the web, so I'm going to walk you through those steps now. I'm going to start off with tonal contrast, and by tonal contrast I mean this right here, anything that affects light. So the first one is exposure, and that's a universal adjustment, so you can see that if I go up, it's adjusting every single pixel in the photo to become brighter, or if I go down, it's adjusting every single pixel to become darker. So I don't really like using it that much because it does affect every single pixel. So a better one to use than exposures will be highlights and shadows. So highlights only touches the lightest 50% of pixels in the photo, and I'll usually bring that down a little bit like this. And shadows affects the darkest 50% of pixels within the photo. And I actually usually like to bring those up and brighten them. So this is making them all a little bit more towards the mid-tone. There's not as much extremes of light and dark within the photo. Next up is contrast. That's this one right here. Really want to stress that this one can easily be overdone. If you increase contrast, you're increasing the differences between light and dark and the differences between each one of those colors. You can see how crazy different that is versus what it was originally. You can also take it away and everything just becomes very, very gray. So this is an easily overdone slider here, so I only like to bring it up just a little bit because this was an overcast day and I want to bring some of those differences in light back into the picture.
What I like to use more than the contrast slider is the whites and black sliders. As their name implies, they set the white point and the black point of a photo. So it's a fine-tuned approach to contrast. One affects one half of contrast, the whites, the other affects the other half of contrast. If the black slider goes left, more pixels approach true and complete black. If the white sliders go right, the amount of pixels that approach complete white or true white increases. So if whites increase, you can see here that you lose detail within the window pane.
So we've already...
Okay, so the reason why I really point these out is in almost every single editing software, we have those same tools. So I wanted to walk through each and every one of them, because even on your smartphone, if you hit that little button that says edit, it's going to have exposure. It's going to have highlights. It might call whites brightness. That's something that other softwares call, but it's going to have contrast. And same thing with color. A lot of programs are going to have color adjustments, which is what we're going to talk to next. So I usually start off with tonal contrast, make sure that my lights and everything are perfectly exposed, and then I go into colors, and that's hue, saturation, luminance, all of the above. So this is another video that's going to walk you through that bit.
Then we move on to color correction. The first bit here is for white balance, this temperature and tint. Now this photo is actually taken at a great time of day with a pretty neutral background, so the white balance is already probably good enough, I would say. I like it, everything looks very natural. But let's say you were shooting in a forest and you're surrounded by green color. Now if you were surrounded by green, what comes out of the camera might look something like this. So to adjust it, what you'll do is you'd use the tint to get it away from green and bring some pinks back into it. A cool trick here, you could use the eyedropper and try to find a white that's on this photo. So like this has some white right in her dress, right here. So let's say I bring it all the way down, just so you can see what this is. I'll use the dropper and I'll say, you know, this is what should be white. And it'll automatically correct it like that. Next, we're going to talk about vibrance and saturation. They're very, very similar, but there is a distinct difference here. They both strengthen the intensity of the color in your image, but they do it differently. Saturation intensifies all of the colors. So you can see this is crazy. Every single color, if you were to be intensifying it, wow, that is a big difference. That does not look good either. So you don't want to overdo this one. In fact, I usually like to take it back a couple of points. And then vibrance, on the other hand, is more specific, and its effect is focused on the midtones of an image. So when you're increasing the intensity of the colors in the midtones, it's going to be a lot more finely tuned. So if we increase that, see, it's not the same as like if I was to increase saturation up to 20, that's a lot. Vibrance, though, up to 24, that's really good. It's really hitting those blues in this photo, and I love that. It really makes it pop. Then I like to go down to the color mixer, and this is actually even more finely tuned than looking at these up here with white balance, vibrance, and saturation. And these is where you can go and look at each one of the colors in here and adjust its hue, its saturation, and its luminance. So in this one, a lot of times out of a camera, there are some greens. You can see there's a little bit of green under here, kind of from little shadows, and I don't like how that looks in a skin tone. So I'm going to bring the greens down a little bit. I don't want them to be as saturated. I'm going to bring those down. And luminance here just targets the brightness of that specific color. So I'm going to bring that down as well. Doesn't really make a big difference in this photo. I just don't really want there to be much green in the photo, so I'm kind of taking it away. Another thing that impacts skin tone, especially with her having this pink headdress right here, I might want to bring it down just so it's not as distracting, and also doesn't cast as much of a shadow on her forehead of that color. But I might bring up the brightness, and that kind of brings it more to looking like it's light instead of just a shadow cast. Okay. Then we move on to color grading. Color grading is the same in photo as it is in video. In both photo and video, color grading is where you can change the drama using color. So it acts as a combination of both saturation and contrast, but it adjusts every pixel in either the darkest third, right here with shadows, the lightest third, here with highlights, or the middle third, that's your midtones there. And it adjusts them in whatever color you're choosing. So let's say I want to kind of go towards the oranges. So when you get these around the wheel, this is where you kind of look at the colors that you're wanting to put as a grade on your photo. The difference between grading and correction, you're trying to make everything correct to what it would actually look like to the human eye. Grading is where you get a bit more of your artistic nuance. So I don't really want greens, so I'll bring that opposite. A lot of times you want shadows and highlights to be opposite, because it adds a little bit of contrast, but it's a color contrast as opposed to a light and dark contrast. Midtones, then we move on to color correction. The first
Okay. So, sorry, I skipped forward a little bit there. So with colors, why are we editing colors so much? Well, one, everybody has different skin tones. So we want to make sure that we're showing that as true as possible. We want the skin tones to be as true to what we see with our human eye. A lot of times too, shadows that are being cast a different color onto those skin tones or onto our clothes. So right now, I probably have a little bit of purple from the top of this tint just on my face. The reason why I was saying we might bring down pinks in this instance was her headdress was casting a shadow of pink just a little bit on the top of her forehead, and I didn't want that to impact her actual skin tone. Once I'm done with color correction, then I go into cropping. Sometimes if the composition is way off, I might do cropping first, but that's one where you can level and make sure that those lines are straight if it's a horizontal line, or make sure those vertical lines are straight as well. And then I also use masking. Masking, who here has heard of masking? Raise a hand if you have. So masking's something that you'd use as a local edit. So say instead of having to edit this entire photo, you might just choose to edit just her face or just the background.
Next, we're going to move into cropping. And cropping's fairly obvious. It's where you can move things in, you know, tighten the photo like this. This photo I don't actually really want to crop. I like how I shot it. I like the composition there. Her head is in the top third. The water bottle that is kind of the second subject of this photo is right here at the point of these thirds. And I highly recommend when you're cropping to add in these aspect ratios of having the thirds lines in them. Now I'm going to show you two more things when it comes to editing photos, and this is the really cool part where AI starts to get involved. The first AI one I'm going to show you is actually the remove tool here. It looks like a little eraser. You can see there's a lot of different ones you can remove. There's like a little band-aid here for healing, cloning. They all kind of do the same thing in different variations. If you have Adobe Lightroom, if you hover over something, it'll kind of explain them for you. But this is one where I'm going to see what generative AI is. So I want to go ahead and remove this because it's a bit distracting, and I just want it to see the wall. So this is generative AI going to remove this for me. Let me hit apply, and it'll run, and sometimes it takes a while, sometimes it's pretty quick. Okay, so that gave me another window. Sometimes you don't know what it's going to do. I'm going to do it one more time and see if it'll say, all right, we're not going to give you a little window there. There we go. Now it's gone. Now it's just a wall and blank space. So really the focus is right here. The second tool I want to show you is masking. So this one's already in all of the Adobe Lightrooms, both on computer and on mobile, so you can get this on your cell phone. What masking is it's allowing you to do all of these edits that we did over the entire photo, but you can do it to just the selection that you've made. So if I was to say back in the day, want to just edit Elizabeth here, I would have to draw in her right here, create the mask, and I'd have to be very, very careful, and I don't want to be able to go over the line or over her shoulder and start editing the back if I was going to want to just work on skin tones or work on the dress. You see, this takes a long time. This is all it's being filled in as. So I'm going to delete that. This is where AI comes into the picture. It has actually already said, there's a person here. Do you want to select this person as your mask? Awesome. Yes, exactly. That's just what I want to do. Now I could select the entire person, or maybe I just want clothes. I just want to maybe make the blue pop a little bit more. Or maybe I want to brighten her eyes a little bit. I could do that. But let's say the entire person. All right, let's create that one. Now, let's make her a little bit brighter, just like I say I didn't have a flash on the day and I want to act like I had some here. I can bring that up. Maybe bring the shadows down just a little bit of exposure. And maybe I actually do want the texture to be a bit more on her face. Well, that's just going to be impacting Elizabeth here and not the entire photo. Next, we're going to move into cropping. And cropping is fairly obvious. It's where...
Okay, so those local edits are really cool, and the ability of AI to help us out with our photo editing has entirely changed the game. So you can see that you used to have to draw those in, or when you're going to be removing something, you used to have to zoom in really far and clone little bits and pieces from the rest of the photo and replace that with something that had already existed. AI makes it so that way I've got almost like an intern or an assistant working for me. They're doing that job for me, and I get to go ahead and move on to the editing processes, which is what I'm there for in the first place. Just want to say it's something that I really highly recommend playing around with, especially on that Lightroom Mobile Edition. Both those AI tools are actually on there now. You guys saw Vic yesterday playing around with the generative AI fill by removing that bar in front of his granddaughter, so that way he could have a nice, clean, crisp photo of his granddaughter. In this instance, I was able to remove that poster from there as well. So let's go on to video editing. And just like I said before, a lot of that stuff from photo can be taken into video. So I'm not going to go into a lot of color correction or tonal contrast for video editing. So just like you do before the video, you should remember, think about the story that you're wanting to tell, and make sure that you've got that as a clear concept in your mind, all right? So I'll start usually with music or audio because you've got that interview and you're going to be using sound clips from that interview. Or if you've got song, you're going to be wanting to hit the beats of that song with where your clips change. I usually mark the sound bites so that way I know exactly where those points are, and that's where I'm going to cut my clips. So it depends on the video that I'm editing, whether I do steps 4 or 5 first, though. I already talked to you about organizing clips, but between steps 4 and 5, that's kind of up to you whether you cut or if you do color correction, tonal contrast, and color grading first. And this is the last little video for this one, but this is going into Adobe Premiere Pro now.
First thing I want to note is that this is Adobe Premiere Pro. So this is kind of one of those video editors that can be used for film, that's even used in cinema, and so you can use it for a variety of things, but it's definitely more inclusive, has a lot more things you can do with it than Adobe Rush. Adobe Rush is free on mobile, whereas this is a paid editing service. Next, I'm going to show you that I organize things like this with bins, so that way I know where everything is, because you can get a lot of clips, even in a 30-second video. So right here I've got, I know I want an interview that I've got a, kind of the main focus. There's interviews from players, there's interviews from coaches, there's B-roll from Vision Africa Waves, there's B-roll of the city of Umuahia. I don't know what I'm going to use yet. I have another folder for audio, another folder for stock. Now if I wanted to create a new bin, I could hit this right here, create it, and I'll just put, you know, stock right there. And how you put things into this, you can, you know, file, import down here, or if I wanted to click on this, bring up the bin up here. So let's say I just downloaded all this stock right here and I just want to move it over. I can easily just do this and drag it in. But I don't actually need it, so I'll close that. For this, I can either right click and delete, or I can just hit this little trash can right there. Okay, so now on to the actual training bit of this. I know I want to start off with an interview, especially a portion of an interview that we had with Bishop Sunday where he starts talking about Vision Africa Waves. It was really animated when he talked about it, and I kind of want to center this video around it. So I've got the video here in this bin. Okay, so you may notice these things down here. This is an in and an out. This is just saying that if I was to pull this down to here in the sequence, it's only going to be using this portion. So how did I do it? Well, let's say I wanted the whole interview. I might start the in right here. I can just hit the letter I on my keyboard, and that's got it. You can also right click and hit a mark in right there. I just like using the shortcuts. If you wanted to do the out, you hit the letter O, or again, you can just right click, mark out. Let's get it back to kind of where we were. It's about here. You can see that it already has just going to the end of the clip is the automatic out. That's fine by me. This little green guy here is a marker, and I love to use those to say, all right, that's where I might want the clip to actually start, that exact moment. Or maybe that's if it's a song, like this audio we might be using here. I like this song here. You can see that there's this start of the song is really slow, and then it hits this big beat. Well, I've added a marker there, and you can add markers by hitting the letter M on your keyboard. Or again, you can just right-click and go down to Add Marker. Now those would stay with the clip if you bring it down into your sequence. So this one here, I'll double-click on this again, and I want to bring it into my sequence. You can see the marker is there. It's only brought in the in and the out. So it's only brought in this portion. That's why that marker is towards the front. All right, so this is the one we're running to use.
To the young people, especially Nigeria loves sports. Sports brings people together. And so we created Vision Africa Waves.
So one thing I like to do before moving on, let's say I wanted to split this clip up. I want to make sure that it's edited in the same way every time it's going to be used in the video. So I might as well just edit the color now. That's just a preference of mine. So in Premiere Pro, it's called Lumetri Color. And you'll notice it looks a lot like the editing that we've used in Adobe Lightroom. You've got tonal contrast here, so you've got exposure, contrast, highlights, all of those. You've got your white balance, your saturation. Then you can go into creative. You see this. This is like our color grading that we looked at in Adobe Lightroom. You've got vibrance and saturation. So if I wanted to do this across the board, I could do it. I might just hit auto here, see what it does. It does a pretty good job. So I usually start off with auto, and then I'll kind of mess around with it a little bit to get it closer to being like, this looks a little saturated to me. So I'm going to bring that back down. I don't really like too much saturation. I might bring the contrast back up because I took the saturation down. Okay, great. Got that. And then also, because we might be splitting this up, we want to make sure that the volume of the audio is going to be the same across each part of the sequence. So if I'm going to be splitting clips here, so I can hit C, the letter C, or this cut tool, and that cuts this. I want to bring back the mouse to being able to drag things. I need to hit V, or I can click on this selection tool here. All of these are my selection tools, different things. So once it's clipped, I can move it apart. But look, if I edit the audio, and I'll make this a little bit bigger, but edit the audio from the first clip, it's not doing anything to the second clip. So if we're watching a video and it's loud here and then quiet later on, that's kind of annoying, and I have to then edit both of those clips separately. So before I get started, I like to just go ahead and edit the entire audio of whatever interview I'm going to be using. And you can see here, you've got your decibels on the right. Kind of a rule of thumb when it comes to video, you want your decibels to be around this -6 decibels. So it might be fluctuating between this -12, -6. And if it hits this 0, it'll peak. And we don't want those peaks because it actually will kind of blow out a lot of speakers. It'll sound like staticky, and it's just not nice. So you want to make sure that if it peaks anywhere, like let's say here,
Nigeria loves sports.
All right, it's doing pretty well since I just raised it, but let's raise it more so you can see what that peak looks like.
And so we created Vision Africa Waves. Young people.
See, it kind of just turns into static once it's up there. Let's bring it down. I think 8.2 might be good, keeping it.
Nigeria loves sports. Sports brings people together.
As you can see, it's doing a good job. It's doing a good job there of staying around that -6. Now let's say we did do a color correction here, or maybe we changed something here later on, and the video's been going on for a while, and I've got all these other edits. So maybe it's looking more like, you know, this sequence here where I've got all these different things. And you know what? I'm changing how I'm editing the look of Bishop Sunday. Maybe I've added it to be a little bit more creative. Maybe I wanted it to be, you know, black and white or something like that. Maybe I wanted to do something like that. Okay, great. This one, you can see, is still the same. So it didn't impact it if I just did this. But if I want to, I can just come over here into this effects controls. This is kind of your station for anything you've done with that clip. You can see that I've already done Lumetri color. It's got all these here, the creative, the basic corrections that we've done. I can toggle it on and off. But I can also right click, hit copy, come over here with my selection tool. I can hit Command V or Control V on a PC, and now they're the same. So that's the first lesson.
Okay, so that was Adobe Premiere Pro. That's kind of the one that I'm most used to using. I know Dr. Vic uses it as well. But I just wanted to note a lot of the other editing softwares that are out there, both for photo and for video. So free softwares are Adobe Lightroom on mobile. So on your smartphone, you can definitely get this one. Adobe Rush Mobile. So Adobe Rush is just kind of the step down from Premiere Pro. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but it has a lot of the stuff that you're going to be seeing here. It's the same way that you could be cutting in Adobe Rush as you would in Adobe Premiere Pro. InShot's a good one for phone. They have both a free and a paid version, and same with VN. The paid software, you guys saw that I was using Adobe Lightroom for photo. You could also use Photoshop. A lot of what Lightroom can do now has actually been brought in from Photoshop. So unless you're going to be adding illustrations into it, you can do pretty much everything to your photo within Lightroom. Adobe Premiere Pro is what I use, but there's also DaVinci Resolve, Final Cut Pro. There's countless. There's so many competitors out there. But again, the real way to get better is just to continuously practice, no matter the software. A lot of what you saw there when it comes to tonal contrast, color contrast, all of those are going to be universal across editing softwares. Okay. Now, I know in the program it says that Dr. Vic will be speaking next. He is actually still speaking in the tent behind us. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to my last presentation because I'm greedy of your time. I just want to stay up here. So let's see. All right, and this is actually really good because this is just me moving on to the next steps in Adobe Premiere Pro. And these are, again, the same things that you can do in a lot of other software. But this is where you can really kind of make your, take your video to the next level. So this is when it can become fun. You add those little bits of transitions, things like that. I'm going to be talking today about transitions, keyframes, text, adding text. Speed ramping is pretty cool. And then some really cool features using AI. So a way that I like to think about photography, but mostly videography here, is pre-production is like the recipe. Think that you're making a cake or something like that. You've got a recipe that you're going to go by. So that's what pre-production is. Production is actually making the cake. It's baking the cake. Then the simple edits that we just saw there, that's like the icing of the cake. That's got all of that. Then the techniques that you're going to see now are more like the decorations. They're the sprinkles. That's what sets it apart. But it's not the essential. It's not the flavor of the actual thing. That's what you're actually filming, is the flavor. Like I said, the first thing we're going to show are transitions. And I've provided screenshots on each of these pages so that way you can see where you go within Premiere Pro to get to them. So video effects, video transitions, audio transitions as well. So kind of the Premiere Pro version of what Dr. Vic was showing you in Audacity. Those audio transitions would be where you see things fading in, fading out. So transitions are used to move a scene from one shot to the next, and Premiere Pro really provides a really good list of transition options that are kind of presets for you. I know all those other options that I said with software, VN and InShot in particular, they've got great built-in presets. So I'll show you transitions first.
So let's say we want to spice things up, and we're going to add some transitions here. So this is the start of the video. Use some B-roll here. Awesome. That's the start of the video. But you know what, we're just having these clips come together. I like that, honestly, but I'm just going to show you some of these transitions. So in Premiere Pro, you've got effects right here. If you don't see it anywhere in there, you can go to Window and click on Effects, and it'll pop up somewhere in your screen, in your workspace. When you want to do any of these effects, transitions for video or audio, or just right here, and these are the basic preset transitions that they have. You can see it highlights already the most popular one, kind of the one that's used most frequently. And I like cross dissolve a lot. You can see I like using it at the very beginning. So if I put it at the very front on this, it has that soft opening there, which is really cool. If you were to have it between shots, looks something like this, and it cross fades those two together. What can really be a bit much is you can go crazy with slides and all these things. You can see, boom, pushing over to the next clip there. That can become really distracting to an audience. So I definitely recommend not using too many transitions. They're pretty cool for things like trailer. When you're actually filming, as opposed to something like this. Now, this is pretty cool, but like I said, this is a preset one. What do I mean by that? Well, you can actually create these types of things using keyframes. Keyframes are probably one of the most essential things in Adobe Premiere Pro and actually a lot of different editing software. So first off, when you want to use effect controls and look at what's happened to a clip, you need to make sure that the clip is selected like this. And great, now you can see this has everything. You can see its scale. If I was to bring that down, all right, well now it's not fitting. Let's go back to 100%. If you wanted to zoom something in, you can just slide that over, or you could just double click and type in the percentage you want. Same thing goes with opacity and all of that. I'm going to go back to keyframes here. What do I mean by a keyframe? Well, I can create these markers, and you can see them up here on this timeline. If I was to hit this, toggle animation. Cool, so I'll click that, and it's created this little icon here. I can create more. This says add or remove keyframe. So I'm on it right now. I can remove it. I can add one. I can also bring it back here, add another keyframe. Now that's done nothing because I haven't done an effect that is with that keyframe. So I'm selected on this first one right now. I'll change it to 0 because I want it to start off from just being black, kind of like that cross dissolve. Now let's see what that looks like. Might bring this out just so you can see it a bit better. Boom, it did the same thing as cross dissolve. Pretty neat. But I mean, what's so special about that? Well, you can then make it longer, you can do whatever. You can actually right-click on this and have it ease into it. So it actually makes this curve, so it doesn't just go almost like this straight line from
Okay, so I'll just talk about keyframes. Don't want the video to keep cutting out like that. Keyframes are how you customize those presets that they've made for you. That way you can really do your own thing. You can do those transitions or those dissolves, but that's where you can also take those little markers there and you can move them on up to this scale part right there on the top. If you move it up to scale and you change that and have it transition there as an animation, you could zoom into your subject slowly over time. So just Adobe's definition of keyframes is to animate a property is to change its value over time. So Premiere Pro effect properties can be animated using keyframes to them. To create a change in a property over time, you set at least 2 keyframes. So one at the very beginning, one at the very end of whatever the transition is, and then it will use its own computing power to then calculate what that needs to be and how to get it there over time in a seamless transition. Here's going to be the next topic that we're talking about. Just want to show it to you first. So adding text.
Just want to show real quickly how to add text to a video. So we've got that start here. Now I'm saying football or soccer is considered the most popular sport globally. Awesome. How did I add that? Well, let me first delete it. You always want to use this marker, because that's where it's going to input onto this right here. In your selection tools, you've got this T for type tool, or you can go to Essential Graphics. It's got a couple of different things. It's really easier just to hit the T first, then click, and you can see it's auto-populated into Essential Graphics. So then this is where you can make your changes. So if I start typing, football or soccer is the most popular sport globally. Well, it's gone off the page. That's not cool. I can also go in here, hit return, and it'll bring it down. Or I can use this, just like in Microsoft Word or something like that. It's going to make, first I have to select it. It's going to make the text smaller. Let me hit this selection tool again so I can click on it, center it how I want. You might have noticed before I deleted it, I actually used keyframes, like in the last training video, to have those words fade in. So I'm going to do that there. And I might click it and I can drag it over. So that's where it's going to be 100%. I'll go back to the beginning. Hit it, that's 0%. Remember, I like to ease out of that one, ease into this one. Cool, so let's look at it. All right, and that is how you add text. Just want to.
Okay, so you guys saw that you could add text really easy with that type tool there, and then within Essential Graphics, it looks exactly like Microsoft Word or something like that, where you can edit the font size, edit the font type, all of the above. And then with text, any object that's on your timeline there is where you can add keyframes, so anything can have an animation added to it. We're going to speed ramping. This one's pretty cool. So this is, if you're wanting to slow things down, this is again where you shoot things at a higher frame rate per second, but this is really cool for speeding things up for establishing shots.
Next up is speed ramping. This is a really cool thing you can do. I love doing it with environmental shots or maybe a drone like this one where it's coming into the soccer field. I mean, that's a nice smooth movement, but that's a really long clip. So how do we speed it up? In fact, I like where it gets to right here, so I want to speed it up before this point. Now we want to add an effect to effect controls. We can do that in here, or right here on the clip itself, you can see the FX for effects. So you can right click on it, go to time remapping, and hit speed. It hasn't done anything, but it created this right here in effect controls. The easiest way to do it is find the point that you want it to end on. So like I want it to be normal speed after this point. So with Command on a Mac or Control on a PC, I can create this little button right here on there. There's no difference yet, but I want to go to a starting point. So maybe I want to start it speeding up right about here. Command C on Mac, Control C on PC. Again, now you'll notice there is no difference yet. Why? Because I haven't changed the speed. But you can see these little dotted lines. So between here, if I was to take the line and drag it down or drag it up, it is actually speeding up or slowing it down. So this is now saying that I am going to go at 400% of the speed of what it was before. Let's see what that looks like. This might be exactly what I want. Boom. Pretty cool. I like that a lot. But it was a little bit disjointed. See, I kind of just started all of a sudden. Well, what if I click these little toggles right here? You can see how it creates a little arrow underneath my pointer. I can drag those out, and it's creating this ramp right here, which is why they call it speed ramping. Same goes to here. I can bring that in. Now it's going to make that transition from here to 400% a little bit smoother. So let's watch it again. Definitely smoother than before.
Okay, so speed ramping is something that's really fun to play with the distortion of speed. It's great for those establishing shots like you saw there with the drone. Another really good example of that would be if you were walking towards a subject with your camera and they're going to end up being the subject, but maybe it takes you 30 seconds to walk there. You probably want to speed that up in the middle so that way your audience just goes ahead and gets there. It's like they fast forwarded the video clip. And this is where we start to get into AI.
Okay, let's look at the future of editing. This is edit by text. Okay, let's look at the future of editing. This is edit by text. This is using AI. Let's look at the future of editing. This is edit by text. This is using AI to transcribe what Bishop Sunday is saying, and then using that text, I can actually cut and create the clips that I want, or take things out. I can take out filler words like That's a big one right there. How do we do this though? Go to Window, Workspaces, and down to Text-Based Editing. Cool. Now look at this. It was really fast. It's already transcribed what Bishop Sunday is saying. We can go along with it.
We decided to reach out to the young people, especially Nigeria loves sports. Sports brings people together. And so we created Vision Africa Waves.
So you can see it's not perfect. I can even hit this and change it so it knows that he's saying waves. Not that that really does anything. It does when I start working with audio, but we'll keep it here like this now. But let's say we wanted to actually edit with this. Maybe I want to start off with this Nigeria loves sports. So I'm going to copy that, or actually I'm going to cut it and then paste it at the beginning. Look at that, it just changed the whole sequence down here. And let's start it off again.
Nigeria loves sports. We decided to reach out to the young.
Really cool. Maybe we don't need this second one. Let's just delete the text. Let's deleted that clip now. Really cool.
Nigeria loves sports. Sports brings people together. And so we created Vision Africa Waves.
That is a game changer when it comes to editing interviews. And I use this all the time now.
Okay, yeah, so text-based editing is pretty new on Premiere Pro. It really is amazing. I use it for every single interview that I shoot now because then I get to look at the text. One, it transcribes it for me so that I can think about the story and how I want to edit it. And I don't have to go and watch every single clip, mark it up, try to remember where things are being said. I can actually look at the transcription and edit using that. It can also, you can use a little delete tab here. So if I can see my mouse, yeah, you can use this filter here or this edit tool here, click on them, and it'll actually use AI to find filler words. So if somebody pauses and kind of goes, or whatever, it'll take all of those out if you choose them to delete. The other thing, because it's already made the transcription for you, you can go and hit this captions here, and that'll automatically start to add subtitles using the transcription that you've selected and made here. So when you do make those edits, like when I changed it to waves, Vision Africa waves, that's going to then change on the captions. So when it generates subtitles, it's going to be really, really helpful. And now, I would like to introduce Dr. Vic, who just walked in. Yeah, a little bit. Everyone give him a big round of applause. He's been running around. He's been running the show here. So,
thank you so much. I was called into the small tent to give the presentation that I'm now going to give again to you. So, thank you, Jeff. My apologies. All right. So the good news is I'm the end of the day. I'm the only thing keeping you from getting home and enjoying dinner with your family. So I'll get through this as best I can. All right. Podcasting. Probably not something that's new to you. It's been around for a while. But it is continuing to grow and become more and more embedded in the workflow of major media companies. Even in the US, major film studios now often have podcasting divisions and studio quality. And a lot of times films will be optioned and experimented with and tried out first as a podcast. Ones that are appropriately sort of can be adapted in that way. So podcasting is a big thing, at least in our country, and I think it's a big thing worldwide. So I'm just going to sort of just talk about some of the basics about podcasting and why it is sort of this rising digital phenomenon. It's continuing to grow in popularity. The term was coined back in 2004 by British broadcaster journalist Ben Hammersley, and it was combining, back then we all had iPods. We didn't have our phones as our sort of music storage device. We had these little iPods, and so that's where the term came from, which probably was obvious, and then combining that sort of with broadcasting to get the new media sort of version of that, which is streaming. Just another way to get our message out. Podcasting is a digital audio or video series that is typically episodic in nature and available for streaming or download on the internet. It started out just as audio. It was sort of a audio-based only product, and it's grown to become, a lot of people now are simulcasting their podcasts, making them available in audio and video, and some of them are just video with no other way of distributing it. So videos become very popular. That's a little bit more of an investment money-wise to make your podcast a video podcast. But audio podcasting, if you're a radio broadcaster, you already have all the skills you need to venture into this, but why would you want to? So let's just look at some of the similarities and differences between this genre, and this is really just a production genre. It's another type of product that you can use in your stations to increase market share. Your radio station goes out, you've got a lawyer listenership, you're reaching certain people through that. I hear a lot, both in our country and here, you know, what about the younger demographic? How can we get more young people involved? Well, this is a good addition to your arsenal of storytelling that will bring in additional market share. It might not just be young people, but you can reach specific markets by creating content that would be available, targeted to specifically groups that might be underrepresented currently by your programming schedule. You can also just start a podcast as an individual. You know, maybe you work at a radio station, but individually you just want to create your own podcast. That's being done too. I told the group next door, one of the things that Professor Uchi, I don't know if you have this in your culture, but I sort of get tired of this sort of culture that has become popular in the last couple of years of my students wanting to be an influencer. That's how they put it. I want to be an influencer. In my opinion, that's like saying I want to be famous. I want to be a celebrity. That's not a career goal. Anybody who deserves to be an influencer should get to that position organically because they have something, because of their life, their legacy, how long they've lived, their knowledge, their experience. There should be a reason why you are now have a platform to influence others. It shouldn't be something, in my opinion, that you just strive for. But some people get into podcasting because they want to be an influencer. Some people get into podcasting because they want to make money. And in my opinion, again, those are two very shallow reasons to get started into anything. If you have something of value to offer, and I think we all do, a unique perspective or something, podcasting might be a great way for you to express that, to find a community of people, maybe share that interest, but make sure you get into it for the right reasons. So back to this slide, in terms of similarities and differences, radio and podcasting share a similar heritage. They started out as audio-based formats. Production workflows are similar. Genres can be anything and everything in either format, so entertainment-based genres, dramatic genres, fiction, nonfiction, informational, persuasive, advertising, all of that can be, is kind of a similarity. And then platform, multi-platform accessibility. Podcasts are streamed, but podcasts are also aired. There's a lot of radio stations too that carry podcasts. So you can distribute podcasts through traditional channels of terrestrial broadcasting, or you can distribute podcasts through social media channels of podcasting, and there are all sorts of ones that are out there that we'll talk about. In terms of differences, going from the top down, podcasting is on demand. You listen or watch a podcast at your convenience. A TV station or radio station has scheduled programming blocks. Now, that's become more flexible with, recording formats, with the opportunity to have services that archive content. But typically, podcasts are going to be more user-driven. They can be variable in duration. They don't have to conform to industry standard times, so your show doesn't have to exactly fit within a 30-minute window or a 60. It can be 20 minutes. It can be 15. One episode can be 20. One can be 45. Consistency is probably a good thing, but it's not as rigid. Formats are not as rigid either, and I think there's a higher potential perhaps for interactivity because podcasting has emerged out of social media culture. It's a low bar for entry. You can literally, with less than $200, you can be up and running in terms of having, and a laptop, a couple $100 for a microphone and a recorder and a laptop, and you can be podcasting. Okay, you just need a means to capture audio and then to edit it creatively. And then you can get into other more elaborate schemes and so forth. So those are some of the similarities, some of the differences. Here's some statistics for you. This was data from a 2021 projection. This was for the US. Hard to find specific by country statistics, but they projected 100 million listeners by this year, by 2024 for the US. It exceeded it by 40 million. So that's how rapidly podcasting is growing in the US. By 40 million, it exceeded. In the world today, they estimate 500 million podcasters who regularly watch podcasts. And then there's some nation statistics there. Africa, 20 to 29% of people, and this is across all of Africa, I don't know what Nigeria would be, listen regularly to podcasts. Brazil, for some reason, is at the top of the list with 40%, the US 34%, UK 31%. I don't know what's going on with Japan. They're kind of down in the lower level. They don't seem to like podcasting, so maybe they're just not making the right ones. These are some of the genres. They may be hard to see, but if you look at the bar graph at the top, I gotta take my glasses off so I can see this. It's 22%. This is again in the US, prefer comedy. Next is news with 21%. True crime dramas, very popular serialized drama shows at 18%. Then sports, health, fitness, religion, politics, self-help, investigative journalism, and finance. So these are some of the more popular genres. You're not limited to this list, but that's just kind of there. In the UK, it's interesting. They, too, like comedy. That's number one. News is further down. I was kind of surprised. News and politics, not nearly as exciting for the Brits as it is in America for some reason. Entertainment, football, talk shows, true crime again, health and fitness. So there's a lot of similarities in terms of what people like, at least in those two countries. And these are just some thumbnail images of the cover art from some different podcasts that I just found by searching the charts in your country for the top. And I don't know if these are top shows. I'm hoping there's nothing offensive up here. I don't know these shows. I just know that they are connected somehow to Nigeria in my search, but a wide range of topics. You can look at charts. Chartable is a good place to go. Apple iTunes has a podcast chart of the top 100 podcasts, but you can go by nation. So this is Chartable. These are the top podcasts in Nigeria. If you just want to see what's popular, what's out there, a good starting point sometimes is just to become familiar with what's being done, what are the shows that are out there. Because if you're going to start a podcast, you're going to be jumping into a pretty competitive pool because they've been around for a while and there's a lot of people doing them. And so competition for listeners is going to be high. So you need to make sure that you're going to be filling a niche, finding something unique that there's an audience for. So I'm going to cover, I think there's 5 of these, maybe 4, just sort of some talking points. If you were starting today and you said, I want to, as an individual, I want to start podcasting, or I want to, in my radio station, maybe create a production unit that will create a podcast, these are some things that I think might help get you started. So number 1 is content. Content is always number 1. Content is king. Beginning with the who, and I'm going to do the 5 W's as well this morning or this afternoon. You need to identify your audience. Who are you trying to reach? You know, guys, that's fundamental. There was a speaker in the U.S. years ago who was fond of saying, if you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. You guys heard that? If you aim at nothing, you'll hit it every time. So you need to have a strategy. You need to have an audience. The thing that distinguishes communications professionals from every other type of creative endeavor is that we are messaging with intentionality. We are commissioned to that. So we have an intentional message. We have an intentional focus point. We're not trying to reach everybody. We know who our audience is. The what would be identify the subject, topic, scope of your podcast. Is it a talk show? Is it comedy? Is it going to be this or that? I think number 1 thing, it needs to, whatever you do, it needs to be authentic. It needs to be meaningful. It needs to be relatable. Okay. I think the authentic one is where I would kind of go back to my influencer comment at the beginning. This needs to emanate from who you are. You know, what are you passionate about? What do you want the world to know that you actually feel like you have some expertise in, and that you can contribute, and that should contribute to the subject. Or maybe you're just a really good talk show host and you want to bring the experts in. You don't necessarily have a particular knowledge area, but you're really, really good at interviewing people. Figure out what the subject's going to be, what the scope's going to be, what the topical areas are going to be. It's always best, I think, to draw on real life experience, tell stories that are meaningful to you, that are important to you, that you know about, that you have a passion for. Listen to a lot of sample podcasts, critique them, evaluate their structure, their genre, deconstruct them. How are they structured? Get ideas from that, and then identify the gap or the problem area that you're attempting to fill. And then the how is develop a plan and an outline. I think it's helpful to think of a podcast as a small business. If I was starting a bakery or I was starting a restaurant, I'd have to go through steps to develop a business plan and a business model. And especially if you're an independent producer, your podcast is now a business entity. Whether you intend to make money at it or not, it's something that's going to consume your time. So think about creating a mission statement. What is your purpose? What are you trying to achieve? Why should anybody care? There's 200 other people out there doing the same thing. How do you distinguish yourself from them? A vision statement. You know, where do you see this going? What do you hope to accomplish? What are your values? Dr. Uchi talked about values today. What do you value? What's important to you? How do you want to stand out and maybe be different in a culture that's filled with so many values that maybe you don't even agree with or identify with? How can you be different? How can you proudly express socially proactive values that our world, our society, and all the nations need? So think about those things and come up with a show title. A title's really, really important. Titles are, they catch the ear, they catch the attention. Really wrestle with the title of your podcast. Write a good description so people know what it's about. Number 2, there's going to be a design and production element. Podcasts don't just appear, they have to be constructed and created. So figure out what the format and the structure is going to be of your show, and then kind of go from there. Probably going to have a program open, you're going to have a program close, and you're going to fill the middle with the cream and give people something that they can really relate to. So what's that going to look like on paper? You know, create a paper format, a rundown from beginning to end of what every episode is going to have in terms of a structure. And then the content can be used to fill in that structure, just like you do with radio formats and scripts. Is it going to be dialogue driven? Is it going to be interview driven? Is it going to be a conversation between 2 people? Are you going to have issues in every episode? Will you have one issue for the whole episode? Will you have 3? Will you have 2? Those are things you need to think about, because even though you have flexibility and your podcast can vary in terms of format, if every episode sort of just wanders and doesn't really have a structure, and it's not consistent from week to week, I never know what Jeff's going to say or do, and the structure of the show, that's going to affect whether or not I come back the next time or not. So be consistent. Professional workflows are really, really important. You're going to have to create artwork. There's going to be a branding component. So hire Maddie to brand your podcast, to create your cover art, to create your YouTube banner, to make sure that all your socials are up and you've got those ready to go. A theme song, perhaps, not necessary, but something that you can think about creating. If you're doing this as an individual and you don't have radio studios and so forth, you can do a podcast from the comfort of your home. Find a quiet place in your home. Create a little corner where you can create a studio. Maybe put up some foam for soundproofing. You can create a little studio with as little of an investment as $100 to $500. It's not that expensive, and then grow it from there. Determine your budget needs. How much money do you have? And again, technology is scalable. I'll get into that in just a minute. Start with the essentials, and then expand as resources allow. You might start with one microphone, and you might not even be in a studio environment. You might just be recording in the field with a recorder and then editing on your computer. But then maybe you want to move into more of a studio environment. You want to interview people. Maybe you interview them over Zoom, okay, and you have the ability to record that. Well, now you're going to need some additional equipment to be able to handle multiple mics and computer interfaces and so forth. I think it's really good to develop, as you would with any program pitch, is to develop a proof of concept. So come up with something that actually demonstrates your vision. Now, you've gone through all these steps, so try to produce what we would call a pilot program. Produce a pilot that you can then share with others who have experience. Share with the average person, share with your friends, get their feedback. Is this something you would listen to? What do you like? What do you don't like? Create a focus group, and then iterate. Take that feedback, go back, try again, create pilot episode number 2. Do the same thing. Show it to your supervisor, show it to your friends. Guys, it's just like when you write a paper, nobody turns in, or nobody is supposed to turn in the first draft of a term paper or an essay, right? If you turn in the first draft, usually it doesn't have a whole lot of polish to it. You do a draft, you think about it, you get feedback, then you revise and you resubmit, and you revise and you resubmit, and that iterative process makes it better, as intended to, at every step. I think the same thing's here. Just keep going until you hit the place where it doesn't have to be perfect, but you feel like you've landed and you said, we've got a format now we know will work. We have a format now that we know is replicable. We can do this every week. And then air your first podcast. Don't air your practice podcast. Don't start the launch and the distribution until you've actually got a proof of concept that you know will work. Select an editing platform. We've talked a lot about this week, and there's a lot of options. Audacity keeps coming up as probably the primary means for audio editing. If you're looking for video editing, there's a platform that I don't use, but I heard about it. It's called Wondershare Filmora. I think it's free. And then there's professional applications that are available. You're also going to need a hosting platform. So all you guys know all the big brands that are out there: Apple, Google, Spotify, Amazon, YouTube. Those are the big players in podcast distribution. If you're going to be serious about distribution, you're going to want to be able to distribute through those platforms. So you can join a distribution arm. Spotify for podcasters is free. You typically, with them, have to actually have the first episode created, and there's some forms to fill out, and you submit it. And then once you are into Spotify, and it is a free service, then they make it available and they push it out to all the big distributors. And they sort of act as a middle place for you to submit, and then they take care of uploading it to all the others. You can also do a paid service. My friend who podcasts uses Libsyn, which is $7 a month. That's US, so it's not terribly expensive, but there's a cost there. And I'm not sure why they use that versus the free, but you have to kind of consider what's out there. And then you can also expand distribution and promotion on social media platforms. We talked about YouTube a lot this week for long-form content. There's also YouTube Shorts, and this is more for video distribution if you're doing a video podcast. But Instagram, TikTok, short clips, linking to longer form clips, promoting yourself, promoting your brand, and developing a following. And there's just some of the branding there for some of the different distribution platforms that are available: Spotify Podcast, Google Podcasts, SoundCloud, Apple Podcasts, and so forth. Here's just some images of some basic setups. In the lower left-hand corner is just simply, a radio producer with headphones, a microphone, and a recorder. At a bare minimum, that's all you need. That's, probably $200 worth of investment, U.S. money. And then in the upper right-hand corner is a more elaborate setup that has a mixer. You can have multiple mics. You've got a nicer studio microphone. That might represent more of a $500 commitment. So all of the technology is scalable, and it can go from here to here depending on what your budget is. So don't let money inhibit you. Get started recording, get started practicing if that's something that you want to do. There's just another image of some additional equipment that you can eventually grow into. If you want to get into video, it's a little bit more complicated, but there's a lot of equipment coming out every day now that's scaled down, that's affordable, that actually is designed for sort of amateur and prosumer users who want to get into podcasting at a low cost. If you want help, Google, how do I create a podcast? And you'll get all of these images pop up. There's all sorts of tutorial videos out there where people can help you get started in podcasting. So there's a lot of good information that you have access to here, some of it better than others, so be discerning. And then I want to end, I've got 5 minutes left. I want to play a clip of one of my favorite podcasts. Now, I'm showing you something that, including myself, most of us probably in this room will never be able to do something this sophisticated. This is a very high-end production. This is produced by WNYC. It's a flagship public radio station in New York City. They have a lot of staff. There's a whole team assigned to produce this weekly podcast. It's an hour long. They have researchers. They have producers. They have people that travel out and do interviews like Don and bring that content back. And then one of the co-hosts is a music composer. So it's a very, very complex type of podcast, but it's been around since 2002 because it's so well produced. And so I like to look at things that are even beyond my reach, just for inspiration, because even though I can say, well, I can never do that, I can still pull together ideas and things that come into play. And just as a reminder that all of us are smarter than one of us. And if we can work in a team, I much prefer being in a team than when I have to go solo as a producer and do everything myself, because I'm pretty good at a lot of things, but I'm only maybe truly excellent, if I can use that word, at one or two of those things. And so if I need a writer, I'm going to hire Don. If I need a photographer, I'm going to hire Jeff. If I need a videographer, Jeff and I can work together because I do that too. But having a team of people who can help you do that is always better if you can get to that place. So I'm going to leave you. Let's watch a little bit of this. I can't play the whole thing, but I have 3.5 minutes. So take a listen, sit back in your chair. This is Radiolab from New York City.
The word hit us like you're hit with a bullet.
The stories we do now are in a different category. We're actually trying to discover things. It's some kind of weird collision between science and philosophy, music and interviews and drama. That's part of the beauty of Radiolab, is that it somehow creates all of these different fascinating problems and challenges.
Now, in Owen's case, he had these movies. He could play them again and again and again.
And we wondered, why would that be? And why and how could a Disney movie help Owen with his autism?
Nobody would set out to make a show like Radiolab, like that. Whose plan would be, let's make this really production-intensive audio program? It grew up really organically because we felt like there was a need for it, and it was what we wanted to make. There's about 1.5 million listeners a week on the radio, and then there's also the podcast audience, where we are frequently in the top 10 of iTunes podcasts. I think part of why it sounds different than everything else on the radio is that Chad is a composer, and the musical sensibility of the show is just part of its DNA.
We don't do live.
Have you guys ever talked to each other?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, so this is Chad Abumrad.
Well, hi.
This is Jim Quick.
Hey, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. Telling stories is a deeply musical act, no matter what. It's pitches, contours of sounds, rhythm. A lot of it is trying to get the textures and the ingredients to behave the way you want them to, which I imagine is like a chef's problem. You know, you're constantly, like the way they poke at meat to figure out if it's done, constantly doing that with the sound. Like, putting stuff in. Does it feel big enough? Thick enough?
There's a real art to being able to tell a storyline and have music sort of bubble underneath the surface and always propping up the story, always propping up the characters that are in it.
Music becomes a metaphor for me. It becomes a way of translating some of these ideas. We did a show about colors. You can't even really see colors on the radio. What does a mantis shrimp see when it looks at the rainbow? There's no way to answer that question without seeing it.
3, 2, 1.
We used a variety of musical metaphors, and we orchestrated a whole choir with different bands of the visual spectrum. Each cluster of voices represented one band.
Insanely red.
3, 2, 1.
Orange.
I mean, after all, he's taken three different things. He's taken two. Just learn that there are creatures out there.
Let me just add a comment here real quick in case you didn't follow that. If you want to listen to a really creative podcast, they did a podcast years ago called Colors on the colors of the rainbow. Now this is a radio podcast. You can't see colors. And so they used notes to describe each of the colors across the color spectrum. It was incredibly creative. So if you ever just want to, so there's a little bit of science in this podcast. I'll play just about another minute of this and then we'll wrap up.
There who can see colors that we can't even imagine.
Robert's like a living cartoon character. He can generate all these crazy voices in his head. He's a great improviser. Jad's a composer. So when we all came together and Jad and Robert for the first time made something, it was like Jad was able to take the voices that were inside Robert's head and recontextualize them in a way that sounded surreal and something new and different. When we look for a new story in our editorial meeting, we're looking for, does it hit all of these different sectors? Can it take you to a specific place? Can it create specific images in your mind? And is there some kind of big idea? We love stories where you're left wondering, how do I feel about this?
People sometimes tell me it's a very visual show. That's part of like the connection of listening, is like you're seeing things and you can't help but see things. That's half the battle, is about making those images come alive, which is weird because you're working in radio. There are no pictures here. But in some weird, more cosmic way, I feel like the lack creates this vacuum that then two people have to fill. You, the storyteller, and the person listening. And there's something deeply empathic about that like we're doing it together.
You're listening to Radio Lab.
All right, I'm going to stop there. You can find that it's behind the scenes how it's all done. But the other reason I wanted to show that to you is just to inspire you about collaboration. Don's a writer. I do cinema, television, arts, film-related writing in Hollywood. They have this thing called the Writer's Room. So writers get together and they come into a room, and very often they brainstorm ideas, they workshop ideas, they take a script, and they listen and they do table reads, and they bring the level and the quality of the writing up by working interactively on it. And so I wanted you to sort of see that. Here's a radio station with very creative people, and just how thoughtful they are, how deliberate they are about every aspect of the show. They're producing with intentionality. And again, none of us will probably ever produce anything, I know I won't, that high quality, but we can always, everything like technology is scalable, we can scale that down to wherever we're at, and we can still put into practice those good workflows, those good ideas, and remember that all of us are smarter than one of us. All of us are more creative than one of us. And if we can share that and build on one another, we can get to a better end result, and hopefully the journey and the ride will be a lot more enjoyable. So my time is up. This is the end of my session. Thank you for being such good, attentive listeners at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I am Oshudmo Editor Oluwatofumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2 Yesterday was day one, and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's zone. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's zone, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday.
It's actually very nice. I learned under media training. So they had to tell us differences between audiences and listeners. Then we talked about different issues on how you can grow your account, social media areas, and the rest of them. So today's program is actually a very good one, very nice one. I really appreciate my school, or for the people that gave us the privilege of coming here to learn.
The class was actually amazing. It's like an extension of what we've already learned in the lecture hall, and they gave us a few steps on how to plan your broadcast programs and how to choose your audience for a particular program.
some feet, yeah, God. You fought for me when some fight for the God. Jesus, you know they use me play. You know they use me play. You carry me when some carry their God. You feed me, Lord, when some feed their God. You fought for me when some fight for their God. Jesus, you know they use me play. Oh, you know they use me play.
Onisha Iyanu, you're the God of awesome wonders. I've tasted of your power. Onisha Iyanu, you have shown me so much mercy, much more than I deserve. My eyes have seen, my ears have heard the wonders of your grace. Creation bows in awe of you, and we join to give you praise. The words you speak turns things around. Your outstretched hand has lifted me. You took away the chains and cords that held me bound. Yeah, Onisha Iyanu, you're the God of awesome wonders. I've tasted of your power. Onisha Iyanu, you have shown me so much mercy, much more than I deserve. Omnipotent, the one who does great things. When I behold you, the things I just can't stop. I just can't hold back my praise. The words you speak, it turns things around. Your outstretched arm has lifted me. You took away the chains and cords that held me bound. Onisha Iyanu, you're the God of awesome wonder. I tasted of your power. Tasted of your power. Onisha Iyanu, you have shown me, everywhere. Blessed Redeemer, your glory fills the earth. Everlasting Father, the one who watches me. I put my confidence in Jehovah Shammah, Jehovah Shammah. I see you everywhere. Blessed Redeemer, blessed Redeemer.
Fills the earth, everlasting Father,
The one who watches me. I put my confidence alone
in Jehovah Shammah.
Jehovah Shammah. Oh, Jehovah Shammah.
Jehovah Shammah.
Jehovah Shammah.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Hello. I'd like to welcome everybody back from all the sessions. Are we together? The second booth is still preparing to get done. But if we keep waiting, we really need to keep to time. We said it's broadcast time. And I think we are really doing well with time. We ought to end this session by 2:15, and it's just about that time now. So we are good with time. I'd like to please ask all the faculty members to step up to the podium and take your seats. All the faculty members, I also like to bring up Barrister Serafina. This is the concluding part of this program today. In fact, it's the concluding part for yesterday and today. Yes. And it's the closing session. We're going to have a roundtable discussion. The questions are already in the system. So I'd like us to roll the questions on the screen from beginning to the end so the faculty members can take a look at the questions and begin to prepare for them so that by the time we are ready, they would have had an inkling of what the questions look like. So all the questions you sent will be on the screen now, and very soon we'll begin to answer them. If you have a question outside what we have learned, I don't know, if you have a question outside the lecture series we've had today, you can also ask. All you need to do is raise your hand. I think we may not take more than 2 more because we already have enough. Okay, so technical crew, can we have all the questions on the screen, please? All the questions on the screen, just roll them. Faculty members, we have the questions on the screen. I'd like you to take a look at the questions. They're going to roll them from beginning to the end so you can get familiar with them. And when the time comes, we'll begin to respond to them. So just roll from numbers 1 to 17, and they'll take a look. Every one of us can also get accustomed to them. Okay? Can someone alert the other class to please step in so they don't lose out or they don't miss anything we're going to talk about? This is the concluding part. In about 30 minutes or thereabouts, we should be done and everybody will be home. Promise made, promise kept. Good. Great to know that track 1 is done and we are all coming together again. Okay, I think we need to take off now. Has it been a great time, everyone? I'm sure you have no regrets whatsoever. The time you spent here, the money you spent on transportation coming and going for the 2 days, has it been a waste? Not at all. Not at all. We can't quantify what we have learned here today. And I want to believe that someone will go home today and put what we have learned into practice. Or some of us have already started putting them into practice. Am I right? I'm not getting enough response, so am I right? Yes, please. It will do us a whole lot of good. I think we still have Sharon Geiger. She's not yet here. So can someone alert her, please? Can someone bring her so we can take off? We need all faculty members to be here before we take off. Okay, Chief Raymond is not here today. But of course, the questions we are going to take will be centered on what we have treated here today. So I think we just need Sharon. I think that's all. But you can brighten it a little. One of our lecturers is not here. J.I., please help us get Sharon to join us. And yes, and Chuck. Don't forget that this program is streaming live on Facebook, Vision Africa Radio 104.1. So you can get in there, comment, drop your comment, you can like, you can love, you can share. Okay, you just get there and do something. And I also like to let you know that the materials, the lecture materials will be sent to your email. Okay, if you dropped your email address, very soon you're going to get them. I've had a number of people come to ask me, can I get the materials? It's going to be easy. If you dropped your email, if you didn't, this is a good opportunity. Make sure you drop it there so that by the time we send the messages, the lecture notes, they will get to you. I'd also like to appreciate one man who's been behind a whole lot of the things we've been doing here. He's been doing a lot of runnings around. He is the head of events, Vision Africa Radio, Johnson Ikechukwu. The radio name is J.I. He said it's Chief Aka Jidapo. Okay, I don't understand. Human beings, what do human beings do? Aka Jidapo. Aka Jidapo, me, I'll be very happy now if the Ofe is correct. So thank you, J.I., doing a great job. Thank you so much. Okay, I think we are good to go. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We are wrapping up now, so we're taking the questions, and we'll start from number 1. We have about 17 questions or thereabouts, so let's take off. In creation of sounds, are we together? Are we together? Okay. In creation of sounds for videos, which sound method are the best, natural or artificial? I think there should be a hyphen after best. Which of them are the best, natural or artificial?
Hello. If I understand the question, is that coming through?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if we're talking about sound effects, you can, if you need the sound of rustling leaves or footstep sounds, you can find sound effects online now from a lot of different sources for free. I tend to think the ones that you find for free are not going to be as good as the ones that you can either produce yourself or that you buy from a better service. So in my school, we're fortunate we're able to actually utilize a professional sound effects library that has thousands of sounds that were produced what's called blue screen, which is in a professional studio environment or with professional equipment and workflows. And that's what Hollywood uses. So that's what, that's always going to be better if you can actually produce the sound yourself. Find a quiet place. If you need the sound of keys dropping on a table, practice just acquiring that sound. Shotgun microphones are really good for that, by the way. and you can create your own sort of sound effects library. So if that's what I mean by, if that's what you mean by artificial, ones that you buy, that you produce, as opposed to organically produced sound effects that are professionally acquired, I would go the professional route all the time, or I would learn to do them myself. I think is how I'd answer that.
Okay, great. Question number 2. Question number 2, can we have it on the screen? What way is the best for horror sound creation?
So Professor Uchi talked a lot today about being honest and being credible. I am not a Hollywood film producer, and I do not make horror movies, so I don't know that I can give an adequate answer for this. I like thrillers. I don't watch horror movies. I like thriller movies. Chuck the other day did the do-do-do-do-do. He did. Yeah, what movie is that from? Do you guys know? Was Jaws ever popular here? Jaws. And they created that memorable sound effect, you know, for the movie Jaws. So I think sometimes in that genre of thriller and so forth, it's not heavy sound effects. It's just creating a very subtle mood that kind of builds. And I think that that's the key. Music should build. It shouldn't just be flat. It's going with the action. So the action normally in a scene is building, and then the music needs to sort of build with the action. In professional film production, a lot of times they score films with an orchestra, so that they actually have composers that win awards for sound design. It's a pretty extensive thing where a lot of times they'll be in a studio, they'll have the scenes up on video screens, and they'll actually be playing along with the scene with the composer doing it. So it's a very complex sort of a thing. But there's sound effects out there that fit pretty much every type of genre. You can find thriller sound effects, you can find horror sound effects. As far as what is the best, I think the best one would be the one that fits the scene and it aligns musically in terms of tempo and climax and so forth with the action. It has to follow the action and it has to look like it actually fits. There's a saying in editing that if you notice the best edits are the ones you don't notice. So if you do it well and the audience doesn't take note of it, it typically means you did a good job, you know, if it actually accomplished what you wanted to accomplish.
All right, thank you. Question number 3. Number 3. You talked about the use. I'd like you to number them so we are sure that we're not missing out on any one. This should be number 3. You talked about the use of fewer words to grab your attention, but some or most writing contractors who are contracted writers, who are contracted to write a novel, who contract writers to write a novel for them through the use of ghost writing app, ask for extremely more words. Why is that? Did you get that?
So I'll be honest about this. The answer to that question is I don't know.
Frank response.
Yeah, I don't work with a lot of novelists, and I've never written a novel, so I don't really know.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Next question.
I can
You want
actually.
to add? Okay.
My aunt is a ghostwriter, so she does get contracted to do lots of things. I think one of the other items that Dawn talked about was if you don't have enough to make up the amount of words you haven't dug deep enough. So that means you have to continue to ask questions and continue to ask questions till you have enough material to more than cover that. And then it's when you edit it down. So I think if you don't have enough words and you're looking for more, that just means you need to dig even deeper.
Okay. If you don't have enough words, you need more. You need to dig deeper and get more. Simple answer to a simple question. Question number 4. Can we get a soft copy of your lecture on planning research, active listening for Don Geiger? Okay, I think that's been taken care of, but you can still say something.
I think somebody just said that all the presentations will be provided, right?
For all our participants, both online and on-site, as long as we have your email addresses, correct email addresses, you will get every resource material that was delivered at this training.
I love that. Question number 5. This is for you, Professor Uche Owoma. Is it part of, I think there's an ethical issue here, right? Okay, it says broadcasters should be professional. How do we handle a situation where a presenter reports fact or truth that the government is not comfortable about, knowing well that he or she will be sacked if reported? Okay, Prof. Should he or she go ahead and get sacked? Prof. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I told you that if you must be in the media profession, you should be a harbinger of a good message. And if you must sustain the ethics of media practice, you must be able to distinguish between goodness and wrongness. Don't forget I told you that falsehood can only last for a moment, but truth will last forever. Therefore, if any government that knows its onions, they should be thinking of what we call development communication. And in development communication, you should be able to tell the people what is the truth. Tell them what you have done. If you have not done a road, there's no need forcing people to tell you the negative or the wrong thing that you have not done. I told you before that if you are involved in news manipulation, you are a witch or a wizard in the news industry because you're not telling us what is the right thing. Now, for you as a presenter, you have ways of telling even your producer of the government that you can't put out this kind of news. In development communication, what you do is that you step down on such wrong news, and there are very many important news of good things government is doing. You try to emphasize that good while you leverage so much down on the ones that are not good. Let me tell you, it's about your image. There are very, very prolific journalists today and broadcasters in Arise News, in Shehu, in what they call a channel. They are speaking against ills of government, and nobody is attacking them because even the government wants people to tell them the truth. Government wants people to tell them the truth. So if you join the bandwagon of telling them lies, when we work against those who were part of the system of telling us falsehood, we will join you and put you on the back seat. So stand for the path of truth. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is that taken? Is that taken? Okay. Next question. You talked about privacy. What if the confidential information given to you endangers lives? What do you do? Prof.
Yeah, we talked about privacy. And privacy I spoke on was if somebody gives you an information or divulges a content to you in your own interest to use as part of your news, perhaps it's a government information. It does not mean you should go about and begin to speak and tell them, okay, I got this information from this source or that source. Your source should be confidential. Very, very confidential. You don't go up. Or else, next time you want to go get the full information, nobody's going to talk to you anymore. Because you are a quiver bird, you are a talkative, and nobody wants to read. And people don't want people who can keep privacy to come near them. There are a lot of facts we have in our hearts. You don't divulge them. Just like a medical doctor, by oaths of office, can't go divulging information about the ailments that have been diagnosed by him when you come to meet him. It doesn't matter whoever is involved. The same thing is what journalists should be able to do. Learn to keep secret. Now, if it's endangering life, like you said, there are other ways to go about doing that. You can also go to the source that is involved in being able to contain such things to advise them on what to do. If there's danger anywhere, that's why we have the SSS. I think they were here yesterday. Sometimes you go to secret, even now, you can go to secret services. For instance, I'm an ambassador of the Nigerian Army on civil army relationship. And there are many issues I can go to the Army PR and relate to him quietly without creating tension. You don't need to come on air or go to print and begin to castigate and reveal such information which will endanger peace in an environment. So if you see anything that will endanger peace, as part of your peace journalism practice, you should be able to go to the source that can nip it in the bud than going to spread information that can turn the entire environment to a very atomistic and catastrophic society, which is not needed, please.
Sure. Thank you very much, Prof. Let me take a moment to appreciate the presence of Sir Ogala Osoka, MFR. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Let's appreciate him, please. Let me also recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Information. He was here yesterday, and we're so grateful that you have given us your presence here again today. Thank you so much, Mr. Chris Onwebu. You look good, by the way. So let's take the next question. Next question, please. This is for Dr. V. Costello. Kindly recommend sources to get good background and music for post-production.
Again, I don't know if the sources I use are available here. I'm a little spoiled because at my university we have Universal Production Music, which is a professional music library that actually studios and film producers use, but it's a subscription-based, so it's not a free service. I know you can get music to actually, if you produce TikTok videos, they actually have music that they provide for their content creators. Do you know if YouTube offers that? I think YouTube does. So a lot of these sources now where you distribute short videos and so forth, a lot of them actually are providing licensed music that you can use as a part of your content creation for that platform or even for other platforms. I would just recommend you go out there. There's a difference between low quality produced music that's sort of synthesizer based versus fully orchestrated music. So it's the old saying, you get what you pay for. So when you pay nothing, that's nice, but you don't always get the best content. So sometimes it's the music libraries. So Universal Music Production Group, there's a lot of other paid services that you can find that are out there. I would think today with podcasting and so forth, there's some really inexpensive ways to do it. You can do the drop needle where you buy just one song at a time, or you can subscribe to a service which would allow you to search their whole library. And then the nice thing about that is you then get certain rights, and you have to learn what those rights are. Sometimes, most of those services will provide a blanket coverage for web, anything that's web related. And I don't know how it works in Nigeria. In the U.S., everybody offers web license. That's kind of just standard internationally. If you decide to go and you need a license for something that's going to be broadcast, you're going to pay more money for it. If you're going to do something that's going to be broadcast on television, you're going to pay more money for it. If you want a theme song for your podcast, that's going to cost you more money. They charge you more when something is used as a theme song that's going to be repeated over and over again. So there's tiers. It's not just simply as easy as saying, okay, $35, I get the whole music, I can do whatever I want with it. You have to look at the licensing agreement to make sure that it's legal for what you want to use. I don't know that I've answered the question totally. I really encourage that whatever you use, you actually own the license to be able to use it for whatever you're going to do, and that you try to develop good habits of respecting intellectual property, respecting copyright. And again, I don't know what the laws are here in Nigeria, but I suspect you must have laws about that as well, and just being good producers who respect the ethics and the legal use of other people's intellectual property and creative work.
Okay, next question. Next. What are the key differences between writing for the print and writing for web?
I think. Hello. Okay.
Okay, you stay.
I think these days the differences are getting narrower, but I think in general, web writing needs to be shorter, punchier, more direct, shorter, because as I talked about earlier, you've got about 3 seconds to get people's attention. Otherwise, if you don't get their attention, they're going to move on, and you've got to not only get their attention, but keep their attention, which means the writing needs to be short and punchy, and still communicate the information you need to communicate.
Okay. Next question, please. Is
I just-
Oda?
I just want to make one comment about the last question. I thought of something else because since I've been here, I have seen so many talented musicians. And so the best way to get music for your projects is to have it composed, custom composed. Have a friend compose it, have them produce it. You have the talent here for that. And I just thought about that because when I was in graduate school and I didn't have any money, I had friends who, actually for my thesis project in graduate school, I had a really good friend. I paid them, but it was a very, very small amount of money because they were a starving student as well. But they were able to do that, and they got noted for doing the music for my project. So you have lots of talented musicians and creative people here. Utilize that, create your own custom music, and sometimes that's even better than going with production music that's pre-produced.
Okay, I wanted to talk about the many talents that you also, participants, may have seen around here. The Vision Africa project that caters to that field of talent, we call it the Vision Africa Icons Musical Show. And it is from this group that we get what we call the Vision Africa Icon Voices. This is a contemporary choir that we fund to do songs, music, and just showcase their talents. And we hope that for those of you who are seated in the crowd, if you are not aware of this, it's actually free to join. So please feel free to enlist, visit any of the or our social media lines, or you walk directly to our secretariat. They will tell you what to do. So it is through the Vision Africa Icons Musical Show, which a lot of you know we host yearly, that we recruit people who join the Vision Africa Icon Voices.
Thank you. I think Prof wanted to say something.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give a word of caution for those of you who go to the internet and begin to upload music and all that. I talked about attribution. Make sure you give attribution. Don't upload any music for your production and assume originality of that work. It's not your work, or else you will go to jail for plagiarism. Please avoid downloading someone's music, paying for it, and taking it as it's your copyright. No, it's not yours. Like they rightly said here, through Vision Africa, you could compose your own music, you could get your own montage, you could get your own signature tunes, which will be original to you. Remember that for every program you produce has a thematic concept. Therefore, the music that goes with that particular production must be in line with the theme of that particular production. Thank you.
Good one. Thank you, Prof. Next question, please. Is Audacity the only or best or reliable software for recording and editing audio? If yes, what disadvantages does the software have? If no, which is? Audacity.
Well, let me take a shot at that. I'll just say that Audacity is a wonderful free editing software, so there's no cost to it. But it is limited in terms of what it can do. I would encourage you, though, that for what you need, if you need simple voice editing, it's going to work very well. As you grow in your craft, you're likely going to want to do another software, professional software, such as or Adobe or something like that. Yeah, so, but certainly it has a lot of capability, and it's free. You really can't beat that.
Okay, well taken. Next question, please. As a good journalist, how can one ascertain the originality and authenticity of a news to believe or spread?
Okay. Of course, this is critical for anyone who is involved in journalism. Everyone. The most important thing at the end of the day is do your homework into who you're going to be interviewing or where you're going to get it. Do your homework. Find out about them. Find out what other people are saying about them. Find out the truth about them before they share with you. And then, at the end of the day, this is something that is not quantitative. It's really qualitative, in that when you're doing your interview, you will develop a sense of whether the person is telling a truth or whether they're telling you a lie. It's something that you develop over time, but it's something that you really have to be very, very careful about. Because if you publish it, you become the part of the problem, and you're spreading something that you think is wrong, but you publish it anyway. Like Dr. Uche said, use your conscience. You all know right from wrong, and if you have a sense that something is wrong, ask follow-up questions. But if you still feel it's wrong, reject it. That's what I feel.
Thank you very much. While writing, should one always use simple words, or does it depend on the audience? It's not a question. Oh, okay. Okay, for you, it's not a question, but someone wrote this. Except you're telling us you're the one who wrote it. Okay, it's a question, please.
I say always use simple words. Simple words will propel you through the story unless there's some technical language you have to use. It's interesting, if I remember right, Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, which you would think would be very, very complex, was written at about a grade level, about a reading level of a freshman in college. The most popular writing today, at least in the U.S., is written at about a 4th grade to an 8th grade level. So simple words are better.
Simple words are better. Next, please. Okay. How do I react to a rude caller on radio? Sharon? How do I react to a rude caller on radio?
Graciously. You would react in a way that you listen to what they have to say and then be as gracious as possible in your response to them. Never stoop to a low level. Keep it at a high level. And love that listener. Pray for them as you're talking with them. You may find that you'll make a friend out of them.
Why are you laughing now? Oh my God. Okay, she's giving you the response. Next, please. Okay, Dr. Vic, should I start a podcast or work in a radio station? Should I start a podcast or work in a radio station?
They are not mutually exclusive. You can do both at the same time. Sharon just gave me that answer. I'm giving her. So, I mean, we all need to be led, right, into what we're supposed to be doing. So I know we're a house of prayer. Pray about it. I don't make a decision vocationally that I haven't prayed about, that I haven't been led, in my life. And hopefully I've made choices that align with God's will for my life. I think there's a plan for that, but I really do think you can do both. We talked earlier, the radio station is a good place to experiment with podcasting, and I would hope all of you would take it back if you're not doing it at the station level, and you have the resources and you can carve out a team, even if they just say, we're going to make this a side project, give it a shot, see if it works, and experiment with it. Should you do one or the other? I mean, I think that's really just, I don't think you're going to make a living as a podcaster, at least not initially. So if it's about earning a living and having a career, I wouldn't say I'm going to be a career podcaster and put all of your effort and all of your money and all of your time and resources into that. That gets back to that idea that it's in our country we have the gig economy, we have the freelance economy where people work as freelancers. Most people who start have to have a full-time job and have to do that on the side if and when that ever actually begins to produce enough income to be a living income. Most of the time it doesn't. And it's one of the things I like this business, is that we all have skills that can go along with our full-time job. So, you know, there are opportunities where I can do things on the side. I've written a book, and that does produce some revenue and so forth. That book was written because I have a job at a university, supported me in writing that as research. A lot of people, I'm sure, Jeff is in the gig economy. He and Maddie, they do client work. It's actually, I don't know if they started the business with that, but they had to grow it. So, yeah, I wouldn't count on a podcast being a livelihood. You need to grow into that and work on it on the side until it becomes that.
All right, thank you. Next. How do you monetize YouTube or Facebook? As in, somebody said as in. Okay, go ahead.
I can answer that one. So it always changes. So this answer could be entirely different a month from now. YouTube has actually been really, really kind to its creators. It's kind of kept a good monetary model for its creators. On YouTube, you have to have at least 1,000 subscribers on your channel. So first you have to start a channel, and then you have to have 1,000 subscribers. And once you have that, if you in your settings allow ads to be shown on your videos, then you will start to generate small amounts of revenue for every view of your video, because that allowed somebody to see an advertisement. So you do get some advertisement revenue. Meta, who owns Facebook, they tend to like it, keep it themselves. So it's a lot less money there. If you are a creator, sometimes if you have a large enough following, they themselves will give you a fee similar to say, all right, if you get enough views, we'll pay you. I don't really trust their model that way. So a lot of times Facebook or Instagram, TikTok people, they will get revenue from being able to work with clients and then produce content for that client or on behalf of that client. So it's not TikTok, Instagram, Facebook actually paying that person. It's the company itself, like a brand.
Okay, I think you've taken some of the questions, but let's take these two together. How do I get verified TikTok accounts, and how do I attract followers?
For a verified TikTok account, I don't quite know that one quite as well, because I'm not really on TikTok quite as much. I know verified on Meta, it used to be that you had to send them your credentials, and you used to actually show them your identification card. You had to go through this whole process. Now you can simply pay for it because they just want your money. But then how do you attract followers? I think content is king. So I mean, the most important thing is making sure that you've got content and you're putting it out there regularly so that your audience knows you're going to be showing up for them. So if you're putting a good content out there regularly, they're going to be expecting it and they're going to be telling their friends about it. And that's how you'll grow organically.
Okay, simple. Can we get the next question? Or is that all? Is that all? For a human interest story, is a roll better to use or B-roll? Then, how do you make efficient use of B-roll to shoot a human interest story for broadcast? We can take the two together.
For a human interest story, I think the essence of it is that person. So I think getting that person's voice on there is essential. So definitely A-roll is, I wouldn't say better, but it's necessary. So it's necessary to have that A-roll. That's why it's called the primary source. And then using B-roll to help tell that story. So say if you're telling a story of somebody going to Media Institute like this, and they're talking about how hard it was to get transportation here. Well, you want to have that interview, but then you want to show them getting to Media Institute. So maybe you show how hard that process was, show the traffic, show them trying to get a ride, anything like that. I mean, I know we all want to hear, so that's kind of where I would start.
I think A-roll and B-roll are married to each other. You typically don't pull one away without the other, and one of the reasons why I teach a class that has students from 5 different majors. So I have journalism students that take my class. I have cinema, television, art students. I have marketing, PR people. I have media analytics, and I have comm design students. They all take my class. And the video skills that I teach them, I say there's 2 things you need, everybody needs to know how to do. You need to know how to shoot a good interview, you need to know how to shoot B-roll. Those are essential. If you ever want to be a documentary filmmaker, it's the same thing. If you want to be a TV journalist and reporter, it's the same thing. You have to know how to do, and you have to know how to interview. You know, there's some basic skills. And, but at the same time, when you bring that A-roll home, and I've got this 5-minute interview, I'm going to be cutting sound bites out of that 5-minute interview, and I may have them in order, I may not have them in order. And when I jump from one soundbite to another that are different times in the timeline, I get what's called a jump cut, where the person just shifts slightly. And so I was always schooled, you cover your jump cut. So you need B-roll to go over top of that to hide the editing. So B-roll serves two purposes. One, it's in harmony with the things that the person is talking about, but it's also to make the editing more natural and not call attention to itself as a part of the overall narrative. I think it's good if it's a short story, establish the person at the beginning, at the end, maybe again in the middle, but you don't want a 3-minute talking head where all you see is a person on the screen without showing what they're doing.
Okay, I think this should be the last question if we still have any. Do we have more? How many? Okay, just these, okay. You mentioned something about live streaming. Please, what are the modern equipment one can use for quality live streaming, especially enhancing good audio or sound? Okay, podcasts, is it only used in the US? How can you ask that? Okay, I was skipping that. Of course, the answer is obvious. Is it possible to get streaming software like vMix, Zoom, Google Meet from you? Okay, we have just one question here. You mentioned something about live streaming. What are the modern equipment one can use for quality live streaming? I think that's the only question we have there.
Yeah, I don't remember mentioning live streaming, but maybe I said streaming. I think when you do your podcast, what's that? Did Chuck mention live streaming? I never mentioned live streaming. You want to take it, Chuck, or? Well, let's just clarify terminology. What I understand live streaming to be is that I have a camera in front of me and I'm talking and I'm broadcasting as I'm talking. It's actually going into the web in real time like a live broadcast would be. That's what I consider live streaming. Podcasting, when I say streaming, it's usually not live. I'm pre-producing the podcast, then I'm distributing it to a distributor who's then going to make it available, and then people will stream it to download. So I'm not quite sure where it was found that I mentioned that. So all the platforms provide that opportunity to export and then make your content available to a streaming service.
I was going to say that we stream our radio station live. So yes, I mean live streaming is definitely. Try this one? Okay. Yeah, it's definitely something that you might want to consider, but there is a cost involved. You would likely do need software to make that happen. And then, at least in the United States, depending on the number of streams, you're limited to a certain number of streams, and then a fee kicks in. So there is a cost involved with live streaming as well.
One thing that something that you may be interested in is that as we travel and as we hold seminars in different countries, these are people who have small radio stations who are doing well and growing, and they want to expand the audience that they have, not only to the people within their listening area, but also perhaps to the diaspora of the people that have gone to America or somewhere else. It's a very untapped market. There is something very simple. There is something called Raspberry Pi. Raspberry Pi is very simple technology that is available that costs very little, but in essence, you plug it into your laptop, and it enables you to stream on whatever host that gives you that technology. In this case, we have one of our partners, Galcom, for example, that provides Raspberry Pi for free. a very popular word. And then they will host that broadcast or that stream for $100 per year. So that gives you a link and an opportunity to reach audiences that you never could have reached any other way. But I would recommend, seriously, you have an untapped market. I meet Nigerians every place I go. Every country I go. I meet Nigerians who are expatriates. They're working in those countries. And one thing I know about Nigeria, one of the first times I ever came here, people were on the plane coming home for Christmas. In fact, I came with you. And the plane was jammed full. And every one of them were coming home for Christmas. I'd never heard of that before. You know, and so that was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it. And I got to talk to a good number of people, and I learned about the tradition. But here's the thing. What it does tell me is that people, even though they don't live here in here in Nigeria, there's always going to be a place in their heart for their home country. They oftentimes that is a market for people who want to hear music from home. They want to know what's going on with sports, what's going on within a particular area. And so I think you would find that there's an untapped audience right there,
Okay.
if you want to stream.
All right, thank you. I think that's okay.
Just a real quick thought, because I think in their question they mentioned an alternative to Zoom or an alternative to vMix, so that makes me think you're thinking about video. OBS, you guys familiar with OBS? It's free. We use it at our church, so you can switch cameras with OBS and you can stream to all the platforms. They're using vMix here. OBS is free, and it's cross-platform, works on PCs, works on Macs. We use it, and it works really well.
Okay, for the last question, we already had...
Just a correct, to clarify, Raspberry Pi, I just checked it. The Pi is Pi. You will find it. It's there.
Okay, for the last question, we already took something similar, but we'll just take that. I think Prof will have one or two words to add. Should a reporter be on the side of the government or the people, or should he remain neutral while reporting news, considering the country we live in?
Okay, I think we've said something on that.
Yes.
But just in a brief note, remember that as a journalist, you are the conscience of society, purveyor of society. You are also at the same time the watchdog of the society. You must be impartial. You must be objective. You must be neutral. It's unfortunate that some of us here have branded ourselves political or government journalists. It's nothing like that. You are a journalist and a journalist. Because if you keep supporting the wrongs of a system, when that system evicts, definitely you will be found on the wrong side of it. So remain neutral, no matter whose else is God. Thank you.
Okay, beautiful. That brings to an end the question and answer session. I think someone should get ready to give a vote of thanks from the audience, from the participants. But before you do, I'd like to bring up for the closing remark the president and founder of Vision Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to make welcome Bishop Sunday Nduko Onoha.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me thank the chairman of our board who has recently recognized, and I think it's JI or Walaka that has the list of all the media organizations that have participated in this very media training institute, apart from individuals. Please, I think it's Obani. Let me thank you, my brother, for since we started this media training institute, you have been with us from the beginning till now. Put your hands together for Professor. I was thinking you taught them to be neutral. Their clapping of hand is not neutral at all. These students are very partial. Now I see the way you clap hand for Prof. Let me watch and see if you learned not to be partial when you clap these hands. And just as I hold this paper, let me continue before I come to this paper. This, if it is in Greek, they will call him Neaniagatos. This very young man has been a wonderful friend since we began. Vision Africa Radio, by December 7, will be 20 years. We were the first private radio station in this part of the country, and we have tried to remain consistent. We've been doing in-house training, but to structure the training in such an academic nature, not just anyhow training, was Professor Chuck, who came on board and put it together. And since then, this almost 14 years has been coming to Nigeria to mentor our people and also to raise men and women from this part of the country to be part of the training. Thank you, Chuck. I'm waiting to see the clapping, if it is like that of Professor Waba. Now, Barrister Serafina is the COO of Vision Africa, and if you look at the back page of your program, you will see many things that Vision Africa is doing. The radio is one out of the many, and this is the COO of Vision Africa. Vision Africa Radio is a baby of Vision Africa. So, Barrister Serafina, here you represent many team, group, Radio Vision Africa Radio, Vision Africa Voices, Vision Africa this, Vision Africa Prison, name it. We have all kinds of works, medical, that is going on. You represent all of them as the COO of the organization. Thank you and God bless you. You've been doing such a wonderful work. Vic, you said this is your first time to Nigeria. The answer is yes. One thing about Vision Africa has done, Vision Africa is very sticky. Once you come in, you don't go out again. So we welcome you into a lifelong journey. He was in Etem on last Sunday, and we gave him Nzon. And after taking the Nzon, we said, well, you are properly initiated. You're welcome to Nigeria. And my mother prayed for all of them. So we're glad you are in for a long journey. Thank you and God bless you. Don was a board member of Vision Africa, and he's a writer, powerful writer. And if you listen to him, you will know that they write on technical things that can make you a billionaire or can take you to jail. And so Don is such a wonderful friend who has served Vision Africa on several capacities, and we are glad that you have not left Vision Africa. So tell Vic that it's a sticky organization. Thank you, Don. Please put your hands together for the shortest man on our team. Somebody spoke this afternoon and speaking about being gracious when you are behind the microphone. When difficult callers call in, please pray for them and be kind to them. Be gracious. Sharon Geiger is the most gracious voices I've ever heard. All of us in Texas, in Dallas, Texas, her voice is a voice you want to hear. In fact, I tell people the story about our first daughter, who, whenever I was driving her to drop her off in the daycare, her morning show, she has a slogan. And before she gets into that slogan, Agnes will echo. Put your hands together for Sharon. And let me make sure I do the introduction very well. Sharon is the wife, and Don is the husband. And that is Mr. and Mrs. Gaega. We're glad you're here. Well, the young man here, when I got to their church, when I moved into Dallas, she was 3 or 4 years old. And today, he's a married man. Jeff is the husband to Maddie. And this is the first time he is coming without the most important person. But we will forgive him. He was just hugging and hugging the wife, and she became pregnant. So we want to congratulate you for that holy hug. And Maddie spoke to, I think it is in the other group, and she spoke. She was here last year and year before last, and we couldn't believe it that she's not here, but she's a wonderful lady. So let me introduce Maddie Wilson, who is watching us here. Maddie, we are glad you've been part of this system, and to your beloved husband, who has represented you very well. So when he comes back, give him a big hug and a big everything. Here we have the following organizations present who have participated in this training. I don't mean individuals, but before I go to this group, in many parts of the continent and many parts of the world, people logged in. South Sudan, South Africa, Kenya. Man, where is Francis? Please let Francis come over and sit here from Galcom. Come over here. From various parts of the world, people logged in to be part of this exercise. Right there where you are, some in one gadget. You have 50 people, 100 people, 10 people in one gadget, being part and parcel of this streaming. Please, let the students of Professor Woma clap hands for those online who came, who are part of this program. I want to make sure you are not partial. Okay. Let me appreciate the following organizations. Broadcasting Corporation of Abia State. Good. Rapid FM Radio and TV. Spin FM Radio and TV. Flow FM. Real FM. Nigerian Union of Journalists, NUJ. State and federal information officers. FAMSEC, I'm sure you are happy. Retired information officers. Newsbooker online. ABN online. TCN online. Arise Television. National Institute of Public Relations. Mass Communication Students. Prof, you can see the partial. Now, clergymen from various denominations. Now, coroner clergy now. Vanguard News, Lawman Press, Standard Time newspaper, core members, This Day newspaper. Is there any group that has not been reflected here? Who are those? Nigerian Guild directors, movie directors. Yes, ma'am. Family Love.
Yeah, man.
Redeem. Eh? Enyimba TV. Please complete this note. Which is this one? Gateway TV. Now, yes, please. Chaplain Media. Affluent Media. Yes, Affluent is here. Wonderful. Now, which one is left? Guardian newspaper. What? Zepuget Radio. Yes.
Video Cafe.
Vino Captain. Vino. They here. Yes. Channels. TVC. All right. Now, this is Francis from Garcom, all the way from Kenya. Now, I was in Nairobi last week. They shut down everywhere, and they made a statement, and the president listened to their statement. Now, I did all this for our partners to see the level of commitment and how much Nigerians appreciate your offer, your time, and your sacrifices. God bless you.
Let's appreciate the bishop. Put those, okay, you're being partial now. It's not part of the ethics, so. Thank you very much. Like we said earlier, someone will give a vote of thanks in 1 minute, and another person will offer to pray for us in half a minute. Because any of the participants, just one person, just straight to the vote of thanks. Thank you. Can we put our hands together for him as he steps forward? Someone get ready to pray for us.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Simeremba Meremba, Real FM reporter in Umahia. I want to sincerely appreciate Vision Africa Radio, beginning with Bishop Onoaha. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you.
For organizing a media training of this magnitude that brought about, that houses people like this. It is not something that we take for granted. Some of us who have been in the media for some time have learned a whole lot through this. From the resource persons, I can't mention all of them, but I want to say this is awesome. This is great. And we appreciate it. I want to say, God bless you. God bless you. I will not forget my prof. He was my lecturer, Professor Wamuche. I remember him too well. I'm a graduate from Abia State University. I don't know if I have students from here. Thank you very much, sir. And more of this next year. God bless you.
A word of prayer from one of any participant at all. Is someone willing to pray? Okay.
Praise God. I want you to begin to wave your hands to the Almighty God. Why not stand on your feet, everyone? This is the day the Lord has made, and we have to rejoice and be glad in it. I want you to begin to wave to the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. He is the Alpha and Omega. He's seated upon the high throne of heaven. He said, let there be light, and there was light. He divided the Red Sea. He created man in his own image. Why not begin to wave your hand and thank God for all he has done for us? For having been with us in these 2 days. It is not an easy thing to organize a program like this, but the Lord has been with us. We say thank you, Jehovah God, for you have done a great things in our lives. Hallowed be your name, O God. As we live here, Jehovah, may you be with us. Grant us journey mercy to our various destinations. At the end of the day, we will say, God, you have done it in our lives. Hallowed be your name, O God. Thank you for this wonderful program. For in Jesus' name we have prayed.
Amen. Don't forget, tomorrow there will be a high school debate competition The grand finale will be here. If you can, please join us. Time is 11 o'clock. God bless you. Safe trip. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow and next year. Can we have a group photograph, please? Let the faculty members step forward. Would like to take a group photograph.
Hello everyone, I am Oshino Editor.
Group photograph.
And I am here live at Africa Media Training 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's one. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's one, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshino Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's one. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's one, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshino Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's one. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's one, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshino Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's one. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's one, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshidno Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's one. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's one, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshidno Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's one. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's one, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshidno Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1 and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here, and I'm so sorry if you missed yesterday's zone. If you try your best, you can still make it for today's zone, because today promises to be more exciting than yesterday. Hello everyone, I am Oshudno Editor Oluwatokumi, and I am here live at Vision Africa Media Training Institute 2024. This is day 2. Yesterday was day 1, and it was quite interesting. I learned a lot. We had awesome speakers from abroad. We also had awesome speakers right here in Nigeria. I learned a lot about production and storytelling. I learned a lot about management and programming. And also yesterday, lest I forget, because if you did not come yesterday, you missed a lot. We were also taught about AI. You know what AI is? If you don't know, you don't know. So we learned a lot about AI, how we can infuse artificial intelligence in all that we do. So I'm so glad to be here.